p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summertime. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Global Namaste. This is Wellbeing and Wellness. Act with purpose. Live unstoppable. Join us free and online Sunday the 12th of July, 2 p.m. British Summer Time.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to Wellbeing and Wellness episode. This episode is broadcasted to you by Healing Our Earth, and we are very happy and glad to welcome all our viewers who are ready to know more about how to stay happy, healthy, and harness the well-being asset in their life. But before that, let's chant a mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. I'll be chanting Gayatri Mantra. With a pause of silence within us, as we close our eyes, another word within opens. And through the chanting, we are trying to connect with the inner world we are related to. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti. 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 Two beautiful words, well-being and wellness. Before COVID, hardly people knew and could acknowledge the importance of well-being and wellness within ourselves and around us. But ever since the pandemic, it has knocked the doors of millions to take care not only at the time when they're sick, but to take care for what they have, to treasure the value of being a living being as a human being. And that's why this episode of well-being and wellness, the wealth that we are giving and we have, that we must learn to treasure. The whole episode talks about that. Some unbroken pieces of our heart, some unbroken pieces of our health, and the tidbits of life where the life rolls like a roller coaster. One day we are there, the other day we aren't. And that's why to nurture it, to nourish it, we value something when we lose something, actually. And therefore, now, as a gift of life, we must value what we have with us. And a good lineup of experts for you for today's episode that we'll be taking in as per their time zones. And we welcome their thoughts, their ideas, perceptions, beliefs, and also love to share their experiences and know what best can we inculcate from their lives as well. I'm very happy to welcome our resident panelist, episode producer of various episodes, the smiling, cheering Dr. Kailash Parikji. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome. Good afternoon to you.
Global Namaste, Amrita ji, and everyone on the panel today. As you say, Amrita ji, this is a very important episode. Health and well-being, looking after ourselves, it's our responsibility. And it's not just about what we eat, it's everything. It's holistic, isn't it? It's the body, mind, spirit, our thoughts, and our mental health, which sometimes we undervalue that. So again, today we have a line of excellent speakers, like you said. And I just noticed on our flyer today, we have Mr. Peter, who's going to talk about habits. And I'm really looking forward to it, because it is about habits, our mindset, isn't it? And once we do it, science shows that if you do it 8 times, it becomes a habit. And I think this is what we like to cultivate. It's hard taking the first step, but once you do it a couple of times, it becomes a habit. And I think it's really, really important that we invest in ourselves. And like, as we're delighted, our first guest speaker today, and she's been on our panel before, Dr. Ushma ji, and she's talking about, she's a hematologist, and she'll be talking about our health in terms of anemia, because it affects a lot of women, especially women, because of the menstrual cycle. So she's going to give us some tips on that today. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation today as well, Dr. Ushma ji, and again various speakers today. So please stay tuned on and take as much knowledge, so much little tips that will help us in our daily lives for our health and well-being. So thank you, Amrita ji. And would you like me to introduce my first speaker?
Sure. But before that, I'd also like to let our viewers know that we always try to bring experts from diverse backgrounds, from the field that they are just related to. So it's not just one thing. Wellness and well-being incorporates a lot of aspects and facets. So we have a good lineup of people who are doctors, clinicians, therapists, practitioners, versatile well-being experts, lifestyle counselors, as well as a sports coach as well, and you yourself in a diverse form, an educationalist from the environmental background. So all these people in its own way bring a very good bouquet of the kind of knowledge we can bring to the people and share with them. I would definitely like to welcome Dr. Usha ji with you. Please go ahead. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita ji. Absolutely. So I'm so delighted to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Ushma ji, who is a hematologist and have topics on anemia. So over to you, Dr. Ushma ji.
So thank you so much for kind introduction.
Namaste. A very good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving me opportunity to talk about this anemia. The reason I wanted to talk about it is uh, I do some anemia clinics, and I realized that iron deficiency, which is a very common thing, it's affecting so many people, and especially the females, and and usually females just carry on, oh, and especially when they are in early 40s, they carry on, oh, it's my menopausal brain and I'm heading towards menopause, and all the symptoms are taken for granted, and it has got a significant impact on their day-to-day life. So I wanted to kind of talk about iron deficiency and its impact, and what do we do so we can correct it. Now, first of all, simple things simple. What is role of iron actually? So iron is needed to make hemoglobin, and hemoglobin is required to carry oxygen. So for any function, whether it's a physical activity or doing sitting work or office work, we need some energy. So we need a good level of hemoglobin. Now, a lot of times we notice that when people are deficient in iron, or they have got an anemia related to iron deficiency, so there are two different things. Iron deficiency is just the low iron, and iron deficiency anemia is when they are anemic, where their hemoglobin is on a lower side. So it's kind of a more pronounced iron deficiency than a simple iron deficiency. So most of the people, they present with common symptoms like hair loss, restless legs. Actually, their partners, their husband or wife, they comment that in middle of night, normally they are very jittery actually. Tiredness, brain fog especially affects the people who are in a high powered job, or they have to do a lot of concentration, like who are who are working with computers, or more like an accountancy job. Dizziness, palpitations. Some people have noticed craving for a ice, or a craving for a ice cold water or ice cold drink. Um, and a cold hand, cold feet. So these are very common symptoms of iron deficiency actually. Now, what are the causes? The most common causes in a young female is a heavy period actually. So because of the heavy period, they lose quite a lot of blood every single month, and which is lead to iron deficiency. This again, in elderly people, the most common cause of iron deficiency would be, is there a blood loss within their gut? Is there any tumor? Is there any other causes like a polyp or a diverticulosis? Or are they on a blood thinning treatment which is causing blood loss? Third thing is when there is a problem with the absorption of iron. Now, nowadays, a lot of people undergo surgeries to reduce those words like bariatric surgeries. And because of that, there is a significant problem with the absorption of iron actually. So again, very common cause is a heavy menstrual blood loss in a females basically. Now, how do we diagnose the iron deficiency? So normally when someone visits a doctor, they would do a normal full blood count to start with, look at their hemoglobin, then they check their iron levels, which has got 3 or 4 different types of iron test. but the most common is ferritin. Now, if your ferritin is less than 30, by definition, your iron levels are on a lower side. And especially if you have those symptoms, then it's very likely that you need iron supplement. Now, in UK, every hospital has got a different range of their iron levels. Sometimes it could be 15 to 200, 20 to 300. So according to the if your ferritin is 20, you could be normal according to the one lab, but you could be iron deficient according to the other lab. Similarly, in India as well, there are various places, the labs are different. So again, levels could be different. But if you have above mentioned symptoms, then clearly it shows that you are more likely iron deficient actually. So how do we get iron actually? So generally we always start with the first thing is to try and change our diet. What we could change in our diet which gives us more iron. Again, simple things, simple fruit and vegetables like broccoli, spinach are a very good sources actually. Similarly, lentils, bean, fortified cereals, they are again a good source. Beetroot, a very good source. However, despite having a good diet, some people do not absorb oral iron, and in that case, they need some people do not absorb enough iron from the diet, and what they need is an iron tablet actually. Uh, we get a lot of preparations in different type of preparation in India, and here in UK you have got like ferrous sulfate or a fumarate, which is a high iron content preparation. So if people have still symptoms, iron levels are on a lower side, they've tried their diet, then the next step would be to consider iron tablets. Sometimes hemoglobin and iron levels are so low that simple change in a diet would not actually increase the levels. Then the next step would be to try with our oral iron tablets. Depending on the iron content, it could take up to 4 to 6 weeks to see a real improvement in the symptoms, and a symptoms like a hair loss, they could take up to a year or so. But generally speaking, people start noticing some benefit in their improve symptoms, and full benefit you can get it by 4 to 6 weeks, and then we need around 3 months worth treatment to keep our levels elevated. The main problem with iron tablet and a lot of people struggle is diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, nausea, and that does put people off taking it regularly. If people struggle with those, try with tablets on alternate day. Now, some people, despite religiously taking also taking those iron tablets with vitamin C, like a lemon juice or orange juice, which increases their absorption, avoiding tea and coffee or dairy products an hour before or hour after iron tablet. Despite taking it with very thoroughly, religiously, strictly, you do not see any improvement in their iron level. And there comes a role of iron infusion. Again, no way I'm promoting iron infusion, but certainly if people are symptomatic, which impacting their quality of life significantly, they're not responding to oral iron despite taking it very regularly, religiously. In that case, the other option is to definitely consider iron infusion, which probably helps to build up iron stores quickly, bypasses the gut, and also it have a massive impact on their quality of life. There are some side effects, but they are minimal because it bypasses the gut. So especially what I want again, like when I do my iron consultation, I get females in menopausal age group or early 40s. They always so it's my menopausal brain, but once they have iron infusion, they have found a significant improvement in their symptoms. So just a little message to think about iron deficiency and try and take some steps towards correcting and see whether it affects the quality of life. So that was only a short and a simple presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ushmaji. That was very insightful. Just want to ask you a question, in terms of keeping our kind of iron checks. How often do you suggest that we should have our blood tested if we do have
So in
problems?
terms of, first of all, we should start with baseline, what our levels are. So if our levels are fine and there is no obvious heavy periods or other blood loss, then ideally every yearly should be okay. If people iron levels are on a very lower side and if they have started iron tablets, they should recheck their levels in 3 months time to see whether they are optimized with the iron tablets or not, because a lot of people do not absorb iron tablet. So therefore and if you have iron infusion, then perhaps we check it after 6 months or so to see whether the levels are maintained or not.
Yeah, absolutely crucial, isn't it? Because it does impact on many areas of our life,
Yeah.
and we often sweep it under the carpet, saying, "Oh, I'm just feeling tired. I'm just being," but
Yeah.
it's important to get it checked out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But thank you so much. That was really, really helpful. And thank you for your time once again. It's always a pleasure to have you on our program.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Anukulji.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. It's a pleasure talking to hematologists because I don't get a chance of talking to hematologists most of the time. As an orthopedic and a spinal surgeon, obviously, it's not a normal communication. But what I wanted to ask was, do you think within our Western world over here, there is really a shortage of iron that people should show the deficiencies, or is it because of some other factors, including chelating agents, which may be contributing to their losses?
so the thing is that in Western world, first of all, again, in a females, heavy periods are very common cause, and also if you look at in NHS, uh, things often do take a long time, isn't it? Like say, if females have got heavy periods, by the time they get seen by the GP, by the time they get seen by the gynecologist, and by the time they have got procedure done, probably it's 2 years, 3 years, and sometimes it never materialized throughout their lifespan as well. So the cause, we are not treating the cause as well. The second thing is nowadays we are looking at diet. Everyone is so busy, so it's we most likely most of the people have ready to eat meals and stuff. So obviously we have forgotten about the healthy diet. And third thing is, the reason we have got more deficiency in Western world is because it's picked up more as well. Like if you see over the age of 60, they have got stool tests done. So it's picked up early. So therefore we see the more incidences in comparison to other places.
Absolutely. And how often do you really see them after they've been investigated for any other cause like melena or any other absorption issues or pancreatic issues or other gas? I mean, they might be having other kind of malignancies, other kind of loss of blood. And I also know of many patients who have been investigated a lot and nothing specifically could be found, and yet they suddenly just turn up.
Yeah, so here in UK, it's some of the hospital they are monitored by the hematologist. Some of the hospitals they are monitored by the gastroenterologist actually. So the gastroenterologist will do the endoscopy, colonoscopy, and a small bowel MRI and various other things. There is a small percentage, if we don't find anything, then they are on a regular iron infusion, and on an average, depending on the loss, they would need every 6 monthly iron infusion actually. uh, but again, if you take 100 patients, you probably would have 70 to 80 where you would have some like a small bleeding from angiodysplasia or anything. Another 20 falls into when no one knows what's the reason, sadly. Yeah.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're very welcome. Thank you for your everyone's time.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you, Dr.
Yeah.
Ushma. So, I wanted to ask you that, do you think that people who take a non-vegetarian diet can never be anemic, or you have found those people also to be anemic despite of taking a non-vegetarian diet?
So there is a difference in a type of iron we get from a vegetarian and a non-vegetarian diet. So from a vegetarian diet, we get a non-heme iron, and from a non-vegetarian, we get heme iron. So if a one person is eating spinach, broccoli, and all vegetarian, and other is eating red meat and liver, the person with non-vegetarian would absorb more iron than a person who is vegetarian actually. So even if lots of people say that, oh, I eat broccoli, spinach, everything in my day, every single day, but still I'm not maintaining my iron level, because the type of iron is not that much absorbed in comparison to what you absorb from a red meat or a liver. However, because of the obvious reason of heavy periods, delayed access to the treatment or investigations, we see iron deficiency again in a people with a non-vegetarian diet as well. If there is a 60% with vegetarian, I would say 40 with non-vegetarian. And we commonly also see a B12 deficiency with vegetarian diet.
Yeah. Do you think stress can be one of the factors for affecting the absorption of iron in the body?
Yeah, so what it's noticed that when people are under constant stress, we release cortisol, right? And then because of that cortisol, we put on weight actually. Also because of the stress, sometimes we're not motivated to do any physical activity, we're not motivated to cook properly. So all in a roundabout way, it not helps, but it leads to a weight gain. And when the BMI or a weight is on a higher side, it does interfere with iron absorption. So
Hmm.
people, when they have got a high BMI, they don't absorb enough iron as compared to person who is slim and physically very active.
Very important point to be noted by people. People think anybody can absorb the ions, but then these kind of factors are very critical factors, and
Yeah.
I think you must throw some light more about it. And also the absorption of iron with vitamin C, is there any combination? What food combinations people must take? Do you advise something like that, or other combinations of foods?
So what it says that ideally iron tablet should be taken an empty stomach. However, it can really cause nasty stomachache, diarrhea, constipation. So that actually put people off not taking it at all. So the best option is to try with some light meal or something. And also a glass of orange juice or a lemon juice would help with absorption. If try and avoid dairy products like tea and coffee an hour before and hour after iron tablets, because that helps with the more better iron absorption as well. Also, people who are on thyroid treatment, there is a correlation between timing of iron tablets and a thyroid treatment, thyroid tablet as well. So they should have a gap around 2 hours or so. So the best time, that usually thyroid tablets are either in the morning or evening, isn't it? So the best time with iron tablet would be a slightly light meal or something.
That's interesting. And one my question, which is related to chronic kidney disease. So CKD patients basically are mostly anemic. What is your advice as a hematologist for them?
So people with chronic kidney disease are anemic because there is also a deficiency of hormone called erythropoietin, which is excreted by the kidneys. So usually those patients are on those injections to improve their hemoglobin. However, hemoglobin cannot be improved unless you have got enough iron, B12, and a folic acid. So again, if you have noticed that a lot of kidney disease patients are regular iron infusion actually every 6 monthly or a yearly, so that can optimize their iron levels, and then they keep going with those injections.
Right. And what is the key role of iron on mental health of individuals before we take up other questions?
Yeah, so iron deficiency can cause brain fog, can cause fatigue, tiredness, restless legs, so not proper good night's sleep. So when if I'm not struggling with my job because of the brain fog, tiredness, then certainly it will have impact that I'm not performing well. Second thing, I won't be able to do, like, we all know that physical activity is so important for a mental health, but if I'm so tired, lethargic, I can't go to gym or I can't walk. So all in all have got a it's all a vicious cycle and have a detrimental effect on a general being at the end of the day.
Hmm.
I'm
Great,
slightly
thank you. We have with us Dr. Rajiv. Yes, Dr.
just
Anupur, please.
one
Go ahead.
small question.
Yeah.
In the mountains, you always have hypoxia and a bit of and raised hemoglobin anyway. Increased physical activity, I assume, because of the increased demand for oxygen in the tissues, there is likely to be increased what you call uh, erythropoietin formation and things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just wondering, but it just came as a philosophy. First of all, could physical activity be directly related to the increased hemoglobin level? Not increase, maintaining good hemoglobin level. And number two, what is the role of pranayama in all this? Because given the fact that breath is essential to life, and this breath oxygen is actually what is being transferred to the tissues, how much of do you think activities such as pranayama can be used for working on this particular issue? It is completely a question from nowhere.
I probably, to be fair, definitely prana. So the more experts might be able to throw a little bit more light on this topic, actually.
So you
Yeah,
want to take me that?
Dr.
Actually,
Ushma. Global Namaste, Dr. Rajiv Kapoor. You're the best person who has integrated everything in that. And I think you can answer the question before we introduce you to our audience for that. Over to you.
lovely. It was very, very useful talk, and I thought that it touched upon quite a few things which are of day-to-day practice. And as you mentioned about the iron loss. In terms of the question regarding the pranayama, pranayama has some effect, but much more effect is oxygen carrying capacity, because during pranayama, you're taking a deep breath in and then deep breath out. That increases your oxygenation of not only just the brain, but all the body tissues. And it has been found that your total oxygen carrying capacity increase. So even if your iron or your hemoglobin is same, you would still be able to perform better because of increased oxygen carrying capacity and increased ATP, and people symptomatically feel much better. So that is one of the explanation I thought
Yeah,
I'll
but
add
also I
to.
think Dr. Rajiv ji that practicing intense pranayamas like Kapalbhati and Bhastrika can be potentially very dangerous as well, because they can also create hyperventilation and situations where there can be hypoxias because of that. What's your take on that?
So if they have severe anemia and you are spending a lot of energy, then it causes depletion of ATP due to not enough uh, iron to carry the oxygen. So only those situations. So you're absolutely right. It can be quite dangerous if you are already having severe anemia, because what you are doing is, particularly Kapalbhati or something like that, you're burning the calorie very fast. And if your oxygen carrying capacity is not enough, at that point in time, then you can just collapse. So
Exactly. So maybe Ujjayi pranayama, alternate nostril breathing, these kind of pranayamas,
Brahmari, fine.
wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Thank you, Dr. Ushma. Thank you very much for your contribution. We'll chat with you a bit later. Let's move on to Dr. Rajiv Gupta, whose spot it is now. And he's going to talk about science of yoga and Ayurveda. So, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, go ahead and share your tips and knowledge for the next 15 minutes, and then we will do an open session with you. Thank you. Over to you.
Global namaste to all, and I would like to thank Anil Kumar, Amrita, and all the team for doing this Healing Our Earth and particularly the health episode for such a long time. I have been very intensely connected to and hosting lots of episodes, but my apology, I have been engaged in so many other things recently. It's good to reconnect. And yoga and Ayurveda is so close to my heart because that is a natural way. I'm a medical doctor, a qualified consultant working in NHS for 30 years. But important bit is that there is no cure for every disease within the modern medicine or Western medicine, as we call. If you, example, have a chronic arthritis, you have diabetes, you have got asthma, you can have the treatment, particularly so if you go with the chronic pain, they'll give you painkillers. The pain is not going away, stronger painkiller, still even stronger painkillers. So sometimes cause side effect on the kidneys, it cause side effect, particularly if using morphine, pethidine, or pregabalin. It does cause your decision-making capacity blunt. Clouding of consciousness happens. It's a known side effect. And same way is diabetes. As long as you take the medicine, you are okay. As long as you take the medicine for asthma. So the question is there any natural way? And that's what I have been working for nearly 11, 12 years now, on connecting both the modern medicine, which is the main line and is going to be main line for several years, if not decades, but bolting where there is a weakness in the modern medicine to plug it with the other complementary or alternative medicine so that the patient gets the maximum benefit with minimum side effects. So yoga and Ayurveda, because I was born in India many years ago, and that's in my DNA or in my genes, and that is now surfacing up because yoga and Ayurveda, yoga originated in India, but if you think more British people are practicing yoga or more diligently, every gym in the UK has a yoga teacher and there is yoga classes. So that is beneficial and that's why it is being accepted. One of the problem is that people do not understand what yoga, how people are doing it wrong. People don't know how long to do it. And using the right technique is so important. So we'll try and touch some of these points. I know the time is not enough, but let's talk about chronic disease, how low cost and patient-centered approach complement the modern medicine with this. And both Ayurveda and yoga are actually kind of part of each other. And that's all stemming from the original Patanjali yoga, which is like all their different systems. Let's think of diabetes because that's very, very common. And I get asked this question hundreds of times. So the primarily biological problem, why diabetes happen is first because of insulin. It used to be deficiency of insulin, and that is particularly if you are a younger age group. If the diabetes is coming in the later age, then it is due to insulin resistance. So pediatric diabetes in children is commonly due to insulin deficiency or absence or minimal insulin from pancreas. But more commonly, it is type 2 diabetes, which is diabetes resulting from insulin resistance. And that results from the chronic low-grade inflammation of the pancreas, which is a gland that secreted, and also associated, as we talked earlier, about obesity. When you have obesity outside organs, which is visible fat, but also in the organs, so visceral adiposity is a cause for it. And then you have some disease, the endocrine problems, some autonomic diseases, or oxidative stress itself can cause this problem. So recommended is roughly, depend on how much you can afford, 15 to 45 minutes and up to 60 minutes of yogasana. So in fact, yoga is it's a three-legged stool, as I always say. The first one is asana, physical postures, which is what commonly people know. The second one is pranayam, and the third is meditation. So all three components are like three different legs. So if in terms of asanas, Tadasana, which is like, mountain pose, simple, easy to stand up, and then the feet up. That's easy. Keep doing it time and time again. Easy, simple. Anybody can do, even if you're obese, even if you have blood pressure, heart disease. Easy, simple to do. On the other hand, if you are really fit and good, on the other end of the spectrum is Surya Namaskar, which is quite aggressive, and I know it's quite difficult to do. And if you are less fit or average fit, 2, 3, 4 rounds. If you're really, really fit, you can do up to 6 or 12 rounds. The other thing which are proven scientific benefit is Trikonasana, which is like you bend down, touching the side of that, standing just like a triangle, Trikonasana, or the Matsindasana, which is like you turn around and do like this. So that is twisting your body and trying to squeeze the rest of the pancreas to release the insulin. Bhujangasana, which is what your cobra pose, going down and then with head up. So that is quite useful, and that is because stretching, and that's causing residual insulin release, but also it causes metabolic activation. On the opposite end is Dhanurasana, where you would like to go the other way around. So your tummy is towards the sky, your feet are on the leg, and your hands are on the grounds as well. So that's like a reverse arching. There is also some like Setu Bandhasana, which is like halfway down, and last and easy is Shavasana, which is like you lie down relaxed, and that is quite important after doing this because you need to balance both sides. So that's briefly about the asana or physical posture. The second one we talked about the breathing, pranayama, anulom vilom, which is deep breath in. If you just do for around 10 minutes. You can do split, 5 minutes morning, 5 minutes evening. That's also acceptable. You can do 3 minutes, 3 minutes, something like that. Now, there is no fixed prescription. This is what over the years I found it quite useful and quite balanced in life. Then together with, as we were talking about Brahmari, which is again, what it helps is reverberating. So the diabetes is part of physical problem, part of the mental problem, because stress causes blood sugar to go high because of cortisol, but also the other counter-regulatory hormones are gone. HPA, which is hypothalamo-pituitary axis, is majorly disturbed. So Brahmari actually tend to balance that. And then Ujjayi breathing, which is like with the closed glottis, you are trying to breathe out. And that's quite good. A few rounds of it. There is, as much as we must remember, do it as much as you can tolerate. Each body is different. You know your body, do the way. And after that, do a meditation, silent meditation around 15 minutes a day, if you can afford to do it. A lot of people say, oh, it's too much time consuming, but really, how much disease is causing problem, and disease will cause a problem. That is something you need to be think about. Customer is trying to call me. Untalk, sorry, Raviji. So the next thing which is important is the part which is Ayurveda, which is connected to it. So consuming meals at a regular time, avoiding the refined sugar processing, because Ayurveda people think is medicine. No, Ayurveda is a way of life. It's like all dincharya, ritucharya, your food, herbs, the way you eat, the type food you eat, that all is included. And along with that, a lot of kitchen herbs which have been used. And then there are medications along with it. So I will just probably point to a few things, and then we will pause depending on how much time. So consuming the meals at a regular time is so important. And as the world is modernizing, we find that people as the meal times have gone, they have long working hours, stress going here there actually is causing a lot of disturbance. And the type of meals is the other one. The processed food is very, very common. People order the food because they don't have time. So I think there is a significant rise. If you look in past 10 years, rise in all McDonald's, all fast food chains, Domino Pizza, all the sales have gone up, partly because not just they have increased population. In a country like UK, the population increase is minimal, but the increase in the sale is because people are shifting from homemade food to the processed food. So I'm not saying stop it, minimize it as much as you can, depending on your lifestyle. The other important is whole grain food, the high fiber diet. Whole grain food is scientifically considered much, much better. And that include your whatever, ragi, bajra, makka, all whatever you can use, all variety. And I'm not saying stop wheat, continue to eat, but a mixture of variety is said to be much better. Also increase the bitter vegetables like, whatever, bitter gourd, karela, neem leaves, whatever is good, but also using cinnamon, and that has got a definite scientific benefit. And turmeric, which is again another thing which is used for many, many years, but the quantity absorbed is not enough. So using along with some curcumin is quite good. And then in terms of the Ayurvedic herbs, Gudumar is considered quite good, but fenugreek is fantastic. Gymnana sylvestra is good. Turmeric is good. Amla is good. So I think I know there are other people who probably might want to expand on it, but I'm quite kind of content with that. This is enough for people to know, and the other that come as part of it is checking the weight on a weekly basis, and also checking the waist circumference. These are two ready thing. Then hemoglobin A1C is the other parameter to check every 3 months, because your glucose is attached to your red blood cells, and the red blood cells have a lifespan of 3 months. So that is something to check regularly. It will give you average level. A lot of people check the blood sugar in morning fasting sugar. That is a useful method, but very weak. Hemoglobin A1C is the real method because it tells you the real state. Fasting blood glucose will change with your meals and day-to-day basis, while hemoglobin A1C will give you average blood sugar over past 3 months. Increasing physical activity is quite good. Ideal is 10,000 steps, but again, different people have different ability. 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, if you can do, will be quite good. So I just wanted to ask how much more time I have got. Then I can go for a little bit more, or I can explain that. Should I go more? What do you say?
Please
Because
do it, Rajiv ji. There's no end to this. I think we should have learned more from you.
Yeah, actually. But, yeah, this was an interesting thing to discuss about diabetes and the concept of understanding of yoga and I think there's a lot more to talk about it. But
okay,
then
so we can go to hypertension or high blood pressure. Sorry, you were saying something.
So Rajiv, well done, because this subject is vast. What we do now,
Yeah.
let's have a 5-10 minutes open session with a chit chat. Then we will go with Anakul and Peter, who will for 20 minutes bring their session. Then again, we have an open session so that totally together we can bring out combined tips to the people. So for the next 5-10 minutes, Rajiv, you, Anakul, Amrita, Kailash, Dr. Ushma, any question, chit chat and tips? When we go to Anakul and Peter, we will bring a different light to the session. And then again, an open session. Over to you all. Thank you.
I had one comment to make, Rajiv ji. So it is just an observational issue, and the way I perceive it nowadays, the entire concept of Ayurveda is about maintaining good health in general. I mean, that's the whole idea. You said a particularly interesting thing that the general medicine of the current days can be complemented or supplemented by the Ayurveda. Should it be thought the other way around, that we have got a general health through Ayurveda, and whenever things go totally out of balance, rather seriously out of balance, so current medicine is good enough to be able to manage those serious aberrations and then recognize it and then try to work on it. So in other words, Ayurveda should be a normal life, and the general medicine, which takes care of the crisis situation, is good to maintain for the future as a part of complementary. The next second thing which I had to a slight different way of thinking was, if we are a product of Mother Nature and Mother Nature tries to keep everything in balance, why do you think the diabetes as a system has come into being at all? It is sort of it is a layman's question. Let me put it other way.
So first thing first, when you ask, it is appropriate, and for many years, for thousands of years, there was no modern medicine. So this is how the lifestyle and the herbs and the plant products, they were treating the disease, maladies, and problems. The issue is that the modern medicine has come into action, and that has evidence base, and it is through different type of evidence. As you know, the weak evidence to strongest evidence based on the placebo-controlled double-blind uh, um, studies, which give you that this is the gold standard. Now, unfortunately, those type of strong studies are not as much in Ayurveda, and therefore currently, whether you like it or not, modern medicine is number one, number two, number three, number four, and then other things come after.
That's true.
This is people, not us. What I feel is that for acute condition, like you have heart attack, you're not going to be sitting doing yoga or eating
That's true.
turmeric at home. So
Mhm.
acute conditions, modern medicine is good. For chronic conditions, use this in conjunction. So they should be hand and glove. So like you have tried the base medicines, now you can try and using the herbs or other things and see if hemoglobin AC is coming down, then you can reduce the pharmaceutical medication. And that is the best way to go. And that's where you are safe, you're effective, you're efficient, and nobody can question you. So it is the best way to go. Otherwise, people will question your GMC and all kind of in this particular Western world. So best is the best is to go that way, and then that way you are safe and effective. Second one was about how to tackle it. So I believe that we need to have a more openness in the discussion, and that is more importantly for us, those who are the Western medicine practitioners, because we are drilled and told the things in certain way, and we practice that. We do not have enough knowledge. We have done a study with the University of Birmingham. There was a doctor who has come from India for 6 months, paid on this project to have a knowledge about Ayurveda in the NHS employees. The knowledge is very poor. And second is also, when it was asked, a good proportion said they would want to know more. Because if you don't know, you can't advise. So this is the first part is done. It's published. There are 2 papers published on it officially. So the next step is to how educate them. And once you know, then you can make an informed decision. Currently, that they say patient choice. There is no patient choice. Patient go to the doctor. There is only one way, Western medicine, because that's the only thing they know. That's the only thing they can advise. If you go incidentally to any other one, you go to Chinese medicine doctor, you go to Ayurveda doctor, you go to somebody else, they only know that, and therefore they can prescribe only that. If you really want integration, because each has got some scientific basis, we have not given enough evidence out to the world, and that's the whole effort. Once that is there and people know both sides, then you can decide and give the informed choice to the patient, and let patient decide what they would want to do with their life, knowing scientific basis for both sides, which probably will be ideal thing. So I'll probably stop it here. Maybe I've talked, but does it make sense?
Of course.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense actually. And I also think that education and giving people a literacy, which is a wellness literacy, is also very important, because wellness literacy will let people know, as there is so many social medias about fashions and trends, because that is educating people. They are becoming literate on what kind of brands are good, what watch, what dress, what cosmetics they must use. There's so much of variety, and what is pros and cons of using certain things. Same with the cooking, so many things. Same way, health literacy in that way also has a very broad perspective in terms of traditional medicines, or in terms of holistic healing therapies, in connection with the conventional medicine system, where people can opt and choose, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is can be better. Because I remember we had a startup with this at IIT in relation to the same thing, where we discussed about it is just a last minute resort. Now I have diabetes, so I'll hunt and find what is better. Where should I go for yoga? Which meditation is teacher is fine? Oh, somebody recommended the qigong. Should I start with that? How many poses? Then the dadi and nani, the grandparents will say, "Oh, why don't you do this thing?" Some person will advise, start getting them in the morning, walk barefoot, cut down the sugar. So the whole family and everybody is after you, giving you those advices, which I don't think appropriately can work for an individual. And that's where it is important to have that kind of literacy to know, even with the medicines also. So many people who are diabetic, they don't know what is the side effect of taking a particular medicine for such a long time, or are you're hypertensive. So chronic diseases and their medications and side effects, they themselves itself needs a very big amount of health literacy among people. I see so many cases where diabetes, where metformin has done so much of side effect, by the time they run to the hospital, it's pretty late. And then the doctor says, "Oh, you never turned up after taking the medicine." And the patient is, "I was fine with the things, so I never turned up." Now, these are things are very, very pitiful, where people land up into diabetic retinopathy, neuropathies, gangrenes, so many things. Okay, let's have a word from what Dr. Kailash has to say. Over
Uh,
to you. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gupta, that was really, really interesting. And I like the way you said that Ayurveda is not just a medicine, but a way of life. And I think, that's so true. And like you said, it's education, isn't it? We need to promote this to all our listeners today. This pranayam and the asanas you just mentioned earlier, are they particular focus on the diabetes side, and are there
These
more
are
for yeah.
So yeah,
Sorry.
these are, I mean, there is so many of them, and each of them does a lot of things. So these are some which have more scientific basis, more toward diabetes. So each, what I have done is over years, each condition, what is more helpful, and each like what is more useful for blood pressure, what is more useful high cholesterol, what is useful for obesity, what is more for arthritis, what is more useful for fibromyalgia. So all different ones, they're predominantly some more useful. So selected which asanas, which pranayam, and then which type of meditation. I didn't have time to go much more into it, but meditation itself is a big subject in itself. And you can have selective better improvement with certain ones, and that's the best way to go forward. So we'll
And
talk some
just a
other day.
follow up, thank you so much. And just a follow up question. Again, we touched on the diabetes, and I know you were going to talk about the hypertension, but obviously, it's hopefully next time. The meditation side of this, would that help with the mental health side as well? Because I know a lot.
Definitely, meditation is the least side effect, least expensive, and most effective therapy for anxiety, depression, and PTSD. All three of them. You know, there is more anxiety now than it was 5-10 years ago. Children are having anxiety. They are having depression. I cannot just believe it. A 10 or 14-year-old child having depression. So depression is on up, anxiety is on up. People are witnessing these things, whichever, these wars, photographs, pictures, all that abuse, physical, sexual grooming, all kind of these things are happening, whether you like it or not. And children are more vulnerable to these now than they were before. So I think it's our responsibility to effectively pass it on to them and educate them that use these rather than the drugs, medicines, which many of them are falling prey of by default. And today itself, I have learned, there was a guy who come to do service of my boiler, and he was telling that there is more addiction in the school boys and in the universities now, and he's a counselor in his other part-time than it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Newer medicines are coming which are on market on the street, and there is some dark web from where you can buy. Educative for me, I didn't know about it. How people catch hold of these things.
Dr. Rajeev,
Yes, definitely will.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just talking also about, I've been reading quite a few books um, from various other Indian traditional books. One among them was the sequence of eating and how you can take acidic food, like you take rasam in South India, and how that can reduce the absorption of carbohydrates, and how the right type of fried stuff, and you take carbohydrate stuff like rice and thing at the very end, then addition of ghee itself is another big component which tends to reduce the absorption of carbohydrate, and also the use of millets in controlling both what you call blood sugar rise, as well as managing the type of what you call carbohydrate that you're absorbing, and finally the millets and how it can be used for correction of hemoglobin and various other conditions like dysmenorrhea and things like that. It's amazing amount of information that's otherwise available, and that should be a part of our normal life, but that's almost been forgotten. I just wondered.
So you're right. This part of education is missing in our modern medicine. And this is so important that food is a medicine. So there is a book that I wrote quite a while ago, that the different foods, they can be used differentially for different conditions. And as you mentioned, iron, like millet, the bajra, which is there in like typically in Rajasthan, which I come from, it's like staple diet, and iron level just is so high, and
Yes.
it's so good to do. And we know that, we read in medical, fight it, reduce the absorption of iron, and that's why the wheat is not a great thing. But on the other hand, if you just swap it to bajra, that millet is much conducive to the body, increases absorption of iron, but also has high iron content. And same is like, all green vegetables. Typically, when we were there, it's quite good to really have that increased absorption. And particularly, as you mentioned, sequencing the right time, right thing, and right way. Full stomach absorption will reduce of iron. So they say iron, don't take it with food if you don't have gastritis. If you have gastritis, take iron with food because it will irritate the stomach. And that's a standard dictum, because iron absorption with food, or particularly like wheat, is less. So absorption of iron much better empty stomach, but it can cause gastritis, and therefore either you take with food, or
Thank
so
you.
it's like so many different things to think about.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Dr. Rajiv ji, we will catch up with you soon, very soon, as we have our session with Peter Willings, and then we chat again. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to both of you, and especially Peter Willings.
Amrita, thank you very much. I'm so
I'm-
very delighted. I really am delighted to be involved in this.
I will quickly introduce Peter Wellings. Let me tell the whole world that Peter
Yes,
Wellings
please,
is one
please
of the
go
most.
ahead, Dr. Anupul ji. It's all yours. Thank you. Over to you.
I'll quickly introduce him because he has just come in from somewhere and come suddenly in my life. It's been a real privilege knowing him. Let me put it like this. And he's one of the most experienced cricketer. He coaches the Indian seniors and veterans, the Indian cricketers. Plus, he's been working in South Africa. He's working in France, in USA, and here in England. And over here, it is very hard to keep pace with him because he's all the time connecting to somebody, because there is a cricket match going on here and something somewhere else. And he's all the time trying to look into various aspects of cricket and various things. He traveled to South Africa in 1990, helping bridge people from different communities together through sports at a time when there was a great challenge in that country going on. And he has got a company where he does uh, cricket excellence and has taught cricket building and team building for over 250,000 children, European children in particular. It's an amazing number. And what I find about him is that it is just not merely coaching. Let me put it like this: that playing a game at a professional level is a totally different ball game, and you have to have not only a mindset of doing your best, but also work with everybody else to make it possible for your whole team to win. It is not that you have a victory; it's a team that has a victory. And to create that team spirit requires very, very special type of mentality. So let us not just merely belittle everything by simply saying it's a bit of coaching here and there. It is much more, it's team building. And what is more interesting about Peter is that he has kept his hands on with various kind of cultures, their traditions. He himself carries out Surya Namaskar, and he demonstrated it to me a few days ago. And he does whole lots of yoga practices. He has very good, strong mind control. He's extremely a very good expert in Tai Chi, and amazing amount of information. He collects information all the way from Japan in the East to USA and everywhere. So it is really privileged knowing you, Peter. And I must say that he has a lot to contribute to us. And we have not just mainly to contribute, but we've also got to learn so much from him. And it's a great privilege knowing Peter. Please go ahead, Peter.
Anakul Ji, wow, that's a very kind and heartfelt greeting. You know, I have such respect and reverence for you and all the learned people at Healing Our Earth and everybody involved in spreading a new message, but in fact, it's an ancient message. It's an ancient message that the new age and modern life needs. That's just a phrase that's occurred to me now, because you're absolutely right. I've had a wonderful career in sport. Cricket, my number one. I'm a Desi Gora, you know, I speak some Hindi. Indian culture, subcontinent culture is a massive part of my life. And I am so blessed to be the first ever English coach of an Indian national team. And that's our over 50s. And we have our zonals coming up in October. I can't wait to get back to India, where all our best players will come together. And then we have the World Cup in indoor in January. And that's over 50. So anybody who's 50 and still playing cricket, you know, a lot of guys played Ranji Trophy and all that stuff. And we've got that. And I can't wait to spend a lot of my winter in India. And then obviously all my other sports, rugby, boxing, football. My son's a professional footballer. Every sport, every aspect of movement and physical activity, I've probably been involved in at some stage of my life. And if I'm not playing team sport or coaching team sports, which is much more my thing now, I would say walking in nature would be my number one. And I suspect that a lot of people on the call, that would resonate with them, because our species evolved doing that. And we've moved away from it, particularly in the last 20 to 30 years, maybe a little bit more. But the digitization of modern life, I think, has caused a lot of issues. And it is getting back to nature and the best of the ancient ways. And the ancient ways that have stood the test of time have done so because they work. And the holistic side of life has been, and wellness and well-being has been a part of my life. Sorry, not even a part of my life, a way of life for me for over 20 years now, within the balance of a Western life. So if I go out for an Indian meal, I'll have a pint of Cobra. I might have a glass of wine sometimes. We don't have to be monks in a cave. And I think that's very important. So my philosophy and my discussions on this topic are every day now. I'm finding people want to talk about wellness. There is, shall I use the word distrust? I won't say distrust, maybe a little bit of disquiet about the existing system, what they've previously been told, and a growing recognition that health, well-being is a sovereign experience. It is something that we do not outsource. It is something that we take responsibility for ourselves. And that has become something that is so obvious to me now. And it's an entirely positive conversation, because I'm 56 now. Yes, I've got the odd little thing, a bit of, my knees hurt a little bit if I've coached and stuff, but God willing, I'm still pretty mobile. And Anakul and I went out for a 5-mile walk the other day. Now, we were only meant to walk 2 miles, but we got lost. So we ended up walking 5, and then we found our way back. But we so loved that experience. And it's, to me, our message, and I'm in touch with many people in this space with different organizations, and I generally find that people who are in this space, the holistic, functional, well-being space, have a more enlightened approach to life and perhaps a different definition of what success is. And I think the definition of success when you get over 50 is to stay mobile, healthy, independent, free, where if somebody says, your grandchild or your child or your best mate says, I'd like to walk up that hill today and have a picnic, and you say, yes, I can still do that. I don't need to take the chairlift. I don't need a walking stick. Here's an interesting stat. It's a layman's stat, so I don't have the exact data, but roughly in America, by the age of 65, that is the average age that people can no longer have independent mobility. They need a scooter. They need a walking stick. They need something that is going to help them move. In Japan, it's 82. Okinawa has, from what I've seen, the longest life expectancy in the world. And it's nothing to do with any modern healthcare. It is a combination of factors which makes it the premier of the blue zones, whether it be walking, whether it be the diet, whether it be social connection. How important is that in modern life? We have a massive issue and responsibility at the moment, in my view, to encourage and enhance social connection. And I think more people are getting aware of it. We are in a bit of a matrix situation where you have the red pill and blue pill scenario. And some people will choose the blue pill, and the phone will continue to be the default in their life. And in fact, the tail is wagging the dog, and some people will never leave that. But a more enlightened, critical thinking mass of people are going, I realize I'm using that device too much, and I want to move away from that. So within the confines of the conversation, what is being successful? Well, material wealth, yes, it definitely helps, but it is one part of life. And if you said to most guys my age now, and I've got friends of mine having hip replacements, friends of mine who are on this tablet and that tablet, and they're asking me, how do I get my knees right? I can't run anymore. I can't walk. What can I do? And more people want to have these conversations. I pay great testament to the modern allopathic system in terms of its treatment of critical and urgent care. My personal layman's opinion is that in terms of chronic, ongoing issues, the holistic, functional medicine, the traditional modalities, the best of the new modalities are far superior, in my personal opinion. So anybody suffering with a chronic illness, or chronic bad knees, chronic problems with their breath, or anything, it's breathing or circulatory system, the salvation and solution lies not in masking symptoms, but in treating cause. And holistic wellness, and what more and more people in our space are offering and recognizing and revealing and showing to people, like Agnihotra, that's wonderful. I'm just learning about that now. So, that's amazing. 15 years after my first visit to the Isha Yoga Center, and I did a week's intensive course with Sadhguru there, and I learned techniques and modalities that I still use now. I've only just heard about Agnihotra, and these are ancient Vedic principles that are proven to work. To me, there has never been a more important time and a more ready time for the world to hear this message now. So that's the sort of philosophical side of it. And success is not just your lifespan, it's your health span. And I think that's a very important message, because we've got very good in the West at keeping people alive longer, but they're not necessarily healthy, and a lot of them are not happy. I reckon that they would swap being stuck on pills for being out moving or walking near a river, or taking a dog for a stroll. I think a lot of people would say that's the success and that's the longevity of health span that I want in my life. So how do we integrate that now? Well, firstly, we know that there's a lot of people want to discuss this and want to talk about it now, particularly since the last 5, 8, 10 years. It's really, really, every day it's happening now, I'm finding it. And maybe there's a law of attraction. People, they want to talk about it, and they know that I'm in this space. How do we start? With daily habits. So the Japanese have a wonderful philosophy that rather than have a day at the spa once a week because they're exhausted, they have daily regeneration, daily restoration. And anybody who practices yoga, I might do 10 to 30 minutes of holistic movements per day. Some days I'll do an hour, but some days I'll do 10. But when I get up in the morning, I have a little philosophy now, and I'm ingraining and inculcating all the different practices that I've become aware of. And we might term them in different categories: sunlight, air, water, movement, books before screen time, nutrition, and people. So, a simple philosophy. What did I do today? First thing in the morning, I get up, okay, I open the curtains and I look straight outside. If the sun's there, I will just let the sun's rays hit my face and initiate my circadian rhythm, but also initiate, hopefully, the production of vitamin D by exposing us to sunlight. I think we've been told not entirely the truth about sunlight in terms of how important it is. And some people see it as a danger or something to be avoided. I personally don't agree with that at all. Secondly, I will then do a lymphatic drainage movement. It's a range of movements which are quite holistic, and some of them are quite yogic, similar to yoga or Tai Chi, but a range of movements. And I think it's critical within those movement patterns to not just work linear, to not just work lateral, but it's rotational movement vectors which are the key. And this is where yoga, Qigong, and Tai Chi has a level of wisdom and knowledge that the West can only dream of. Our joints are designed for us to move in rotational patterns, and it is keeping those joints loose, whether it is the joints, the tendons, the ligaments, the muscle, the fascia. It is key to do rotational movements. So rotation of the hips, rotation of the knees, rotation of your ankle joints, rotation of your wrist joints, shoulder rotations back and forth. To do that, and then maybe a little bit of the Japanese sumo position, up and down with your feet out at a 45-degree angle where your legs are quite wide. Okay, so you do that. So you've got your sunlight, you've got your movement. Then I will usually go to hydration, because we've been asleep overnight. You will have sweated while you sleep, and your body is 80-90% composed of water. Let's get some good water in, but good quality water. So I might have some Celtic salt under the tongue to enable immediate access, and then I will have a good quality water, usually with molecular hydrogen tablets. I might take an ASEA redox supplement, something for redox signaling to enhance the communication pathways in the cells. And then if there's enough time, I'll do some breath work. So I've got the Shambhavi, which is the breath work that I learned at the Isha Yoga Center with Sadhguru, or I've got a guy I see on YouTube called Breathe with Sandy, who specializes in intermittent hypoxia. And I absolutely love it. So I've got to the stage now where I can hold my breath after a good breathe up for 4 to 5 minutes. The feeling of calmness and bliss that you feel when you do intermittent hypoxia it is something that everybody should try, so long as medically they're able to, because when you finish and you do your final breathe out, you feel grounded, you feel present, and you start your day by stacking good habits that set you up for the whole day. So those are simple habits to start your day with. And if you can't start your day with it, you can integrate them during the day. So one of the key problems for older people is trips and falls, because they haven't got the muscular strength in their legs to fall over. We all know people who are 50 plus and older people who've fallen over, haven't got muscular strength. They have lost balance, and muscular strength can't compensate when they start to lose balance, and they may have more brittle bones and they break a femur, or there's a hip problem, or they break a wrist, and straight away they are fighting to recover and basically be mobile again. So one of the key strength positions that we can do is the Japanese sumo position. The name escapes me at the moment. I may recall it during the presentation, but we can be making a cup of tea, and instead of looking at our phone, we can do that for 30 seconds or 40 seconds or a minute. I did it here the other day with Anako, and I do it and I show people regularly. That is such a simple stability strength position to build leg strength in our glutes, in our quads, in our calves, in our groin as well. And it's something that we can do on a daily basis. Then, for instance, if we've had some food what the Japanese do is they will go for a walk immediately after. And obviously living in India, I see a lot of people do that as well. The evening walk, the family walk. That's another key thing. So can you integrate two things at the same time? If you're short of human connection and you need to be more mobile, well, that business meeting that you have, or you just want to have a brainstorm or catch up, let's do it while walking. We don't have to sit down and have a coffee. That's nice. But can we have a sit down? We can have a walk and a catch up. So there we've got the human factor, the people factor, and we've got the movement factor, and we're doing it outdoors. That's third. So we're getting fresh air as well as our breath work internally. We're doing it outdoors. So we're getting fresh air externally. And if we can do it in an area that has greenery, particularly trees, and pine trees are the best. If we're looking to change our mood, the phytoncides released by pine trees are the highest. So the Japanese have something called Shinrin-yoku, which is forest bathing, which is now a national pastime recommended by the government. And people will go for a 10 to 20-minute walk in an area of greenery, whether it's a park or somewhere out in the countryside, and they will look for forest areas and particularly pine trees. With the smell of pine trees is fantastic anyway. And they will get these wonderful benefits for their parasympathetic nervous system outdoors in nature. So though that simple act of going walking with a friend would tick 4 or 5 of the wellness categories just by doing that. And how difficult is it to go for a 10-minute walk? Well, it isn't. It's really a question of finding our why. What is our why? And when you get to my age, in your 50s and in our 60s, more and more people say, I want to make sure I can still walk my dog. I still want to play football with my, with my grandchildren or my son. And the why, I think, will drive the behavioral change into looking at life differently, so people make more positive life decisions within the confines of a busy schedule where people need to earn a living, and also where time pressure is there and the roads are busier or whatever it is. But I think rather than having one restoration or regeneration day per week, if we make it a part of daily life, multiple high quality habits every day, constant sipping of good quality water, a Tai Chi exercise while you're waiting, taking the stairs rather than the lift, and then walking back down the stairs on the way down from going upstairs somewhere, because you'll work different muscle groups. These are not difficult things to do. More and more people want to do them. And I think that the group of us here and so many hundreds of thousands and millions of people around the world are ready to move into this. So all the stuff that's happened, and there is stuff going on in the world that we need to be concerned about. And I'm talking above the political stuff, which a lot of it I think is theatre. There are forces at work that potentially do not have the best interest of humanity at heart. I think salvation lies within us, and it lies as us seeing as our fellow men and women, our fellow humans, not as competitors in life, but as partners. And if we see each other like that, I think we can thrive. And yes, we can still have competitive sport with each other. So England, India, I'm watching that yesterday, the T20. I want England to win the cricket, but I also want to make sure we can shake hands at the end of it and have a coffee, a mango lassi, or maybe if it's been a really hot day, something stronger. So I think that covers a lot of
question. I want to ask you one question.
Please.
In your training field, you have been getting people from so many other countries together and working them together. Now, this particular feature is not a very simple thing to do. And how do you get the people integrated and working for each other in a team? And how do you use the same principles, particularly when you're taking care of younger children, and you have also taken care of kids with disabilities and other kind of impairments, including mental impairment? How do you manage to instill your attitudes and behavior towards them in such a way that they can implement it in their life?
Well, it's a great question. Firstly, when we're working with youngsters and in sport, in any aspect of life where we are passing on knowledge to them and including bringing them into this space, I think one of my key philosophies for coaching is when a young person, regardless of physical ability, athletic attributes, when they finish a sporting event, a musical event, or anything that they are trying for the first time, they say, I really enjoyed that. I want to do it again. Once that seed is planted, We don't need to be anything but the enabler. The rest will take care of itself. So Sachin Tendulkar did not need his father to say, get down to Shivaji Park and go and have a net, go and hit some balls. He would take himself down there, and he wanted to play in as many games and get as many bowlers bowling to him as possible. My son's a professional footballer as well, kicking balls against the wall, running with the ball. He wants to do it himself. So we can do that. And there is also the aspect of breaking down barriers and groups by just mixing people up in team sports. And myself and my business partner, Gags Karana, who I coached when he was a young boy, he's now a wonderful young man. We have our business coaching cricket excellence, and we've coached over 250,000 French, German, and Dutch children. That's just those European students, never mind the kids in India, America, and the UK. We're talking hundreds of thousands, and they love it. They love being active. And I will always say at the start, and I'll make a bit of a joke of it, right, we're going to be running, we're going to be competing, there's going to be some catching competitions, and we've got an addiction. And I'll say this in French. So I've learned to be able to coach competently in several languages, including Hindi and Afrikaans and also French. And I'll say, nous avons une addiction. We have an addiction. And I'll go tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, and they all start laughing because they know, do you know what? I'm looking at my phone too much, and I recognize that. So that's another seed planted, but it doesn't mean I'm going to shout at them for it. If we're going to say to kids, get off your phone, all right, we need to offer them something that is as or more attractive, and that they finish and go, do you know what? I've been for a bike ride today. I feel much better than just looking through TikTok. I'm going to go on a bike ride the next day. So it's offering an alternative which will resonate with them once they've done it.
That's excellent. Yes.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. And how do you maintain the integrity of the team itself? That one is at an individual level, and how do you get the team grouped up in such a way that they're working for each other?
All right, great question. So within our space in the holistic wellness, let's say, if we want people to try yoga or try breath work, they're in the participation phase, have a go. We make it as easy as possible, easy access, ease of entrance to having a go. Then, if they then say, I really enjoyed that, I'm going to take that up and I'm going to continue doing it, fantastic. If you go to higher level performance in sport, the higher the level you go, winning is important. Obviously as a cricketer, Australia have been the most successful cricket nation. It pains me to say that, but it's true. They are the most successful cricket nation. So the Australian national team of men's and national women's team, that's about winning. But even then, just like with Virat Kohli or Sachin Tendulkar in Indian cricket, you are playing for something bigger than yourself. And as people who are spiritually aligned, the idea of puja rooms, I've been in millionaires' houses in India and been in their puja rooms, and they'll take a week off from their multi-million pound businesses to have puja, to go to Rishikesh, to go to Haridwar, but to pray at home and to have time away, because they realize there's something bigger and deeper than themselves, and there's something bigger than just the material world. And that would go for any sporting team that you play for, that even if you're an absolute legend, a world-class player, one of the best ever, you're still playing within a team environment for something greater than yourself.
Faith,
and I think communicating that message, I think, is important.
Faith, absolutely correct. Faith is very important. When we are very young, we have got faith in our parents. And we take education from them, guidance from them. Subsequently, as you say, we're going to the many puja room, which is a prayer room in a lot of India. And that's where they find peace and solace as well, which is so beautiful. But let's talk about peace in the Indian cricket team in United Kingdom at the moment. You mentioned that you wanted England to win. They didn't win. They thrashed India. First time, the whole time world record has been broken, that an Indian team has been annihilated completely. And I bluntly tell you, the heat wave of this country is not suitable for a guest just for a while. Have you ever seen India being thrashed like that with any country ever before?
No. Go back 2 weeks ago And England lost to New Zealand 2-1 in our test series. So it was all doom and gloom and this is all terrible. And now we go and win brilliantly. This is the nature of life. One day it rains, the next day it's sunny. Now it's nice if you get more sunny days than rainy days, but it's part of life. So I would say I've got a real soft spot for India. Obviously, I'm national coach of the 50s team as well, and I want India to win. So when we play England, if we get through and we play them in the World Cup next year, I'm an Indian. All right, I'm an Indian there, and I've been in that squad. I've been in the England over 50 squad, and all their guys know me. But I am Indian, and when I say that India is a part of my life, it is more than that. A lot of the habits and cultures of Indian life and Desi life are now inculcated in me. They're a part of my life. That's why when Anakol and I met, it was like we'd known each other 30 years. So, yeah, don't be too downhearted. We have the one-day series coming up in the cricket, and I'm sure that India will fight back. And you've got the 3 greats coming back, haven't you? You've got Kohli, you've got Rohit Sharma, and you've got Jasprit Bumrah and Shubman Gill, the Test captain. All those guys, 4 guys coming back. So there's so many snap judgments, aren't there now? And I think Amrita alluded to the holistic wellness craze online and TikTok and X videos and this. Which one shall I go for? Which Shilajit? People are just this craze, that craze. Do you know that's the modern mentality of instant judgment, instant fascination, and then forgetting about it the next day. Indian cricket remains stronger than ever, and if you can pick a 15-year-old kid to play in your men's team, I think it says that you're doing pretty well as a country.
So, Pete, there is a quandary for you. Because this is not a knee-jerk reaction. There is a consistency of a 5 T20s annihilation. No country of that standard, because India is the top standard in the world and the most exciting team to visit and play. Suddenly, if they call you and say, Pete, come on, turn the wellness, well-being and mentor of India, what tip would you give to them, Pete?
Okay, so I tell you one thing. This is very important, Neil. The IPL, I think it's great, but it's made it too easy for your batters. And basically, now that's the same as a practice, isn't it? Like a wellness practice. If we've got a practice that's really easy and it's not really challenging you and you're doing a yoga pose it's a bit half-hearted, when you get tested, then you are not prepared for something a little bit more arduous. A long walk, for instance. If you only walk a mile on flat, you're not going to be able to do 10 miles up a hill very, very easily. And I would say the same. The IPL has become too batter friendly. It's making superstars out of guys who are whacking the ball of bowlers who are basically bowling machine cannon fodder. Here, England have said, okay, we're going to change the wickets are going to be quicker. We're going to bowl short and fast at your guys. Let's see what they've got. And a lot of them have been found wanting. Doesn't mean they're bad players, but I don't think the IPL is giving a true reflection of what it is like to face 2 international bowlers who are bowling at 90 miles an hour and are 6'5" tall, which England have got with Jofra Archer and particularly Josh Tong.
And the ICC are in a quandary as well, because IPL is such a success that it cannot be scrapped. So how can they merge with getting exciting T20, 50s, test matches? And that we will discuss in one of the episodes we'll bring on Healing Our Earth, where we will bring sports, sport injury, physiotherapists, etc. Pete, it has been very exciting. You brought some out-of-box thinking. So you are now part of the family of Healing Our Earth permanently, and you can pop in any time in any episode. Most episodes are very exciting. It's beautiful, and shortly we'll be going to Dr. Seema, who has got her understanding of what well-being and wellness is. Amrita, your last comment to Pete before we temporarily say goodbye to him.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Pete. It was lovely listening to you. Wonderful insight and a fabulous tips. And I would also say you are what you believe, and that's very important. I think not only just from a sports background, but you yourself are one rare one among those who believes in practicing what you're saying. And that ultimately, I think, is very important for maintaining the fitness routines. And another very beautiful thing which I like when you were talking was about making few things as a habit of our life. The way thoughts are the habits of our life, and we keep thinking without thinking. Same way, I think if wellness and the tips that we get from the traditional knowledge, whichever globe's place we are in, we have so many traditional therapies that have wonders of gems to give us in terms of healing and wellness. And if we incorporate them, we really will be treasuring a big mine of wealth. Yes, Dr. Anukulji.
I have one simple comment for Peter, and that is we all are working for our own selves in one way or the other. It's all about me, I, and a whole lot of things. It's only when other people come to you, so say that, can I learn something from you? Can I acquire some information from you? Can I acquire some sort of skill from you? That's when you're actually a guru. And to that extent, Peter has reached that particular point. Well, everybody's saying, please teach me, keep training me. And that includes the holistic system. That's diet, energy, exercise, and all put together. And Peter is already there. That's a big achievement.
Thank you, Anakul.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Anakul. Thank you, Amrita. Rajiv, a 30-second comment from you, and then we move on to Dr. Seema, and then we'll have open session. Over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you. I think what I liked, Peter, congratulations for being an honorary Indian, because your thoughts, actually, you have demonstrated beautifully what I was talking earlier is about the mind. So you mentioned exactly that you do not only just physical yoga or physical practice or exercise, which most of the sports people or sports coach do. You also sit and calm down and set your mind, because mind is much more powerful than body, and body perform to the best if the mind is at its best. So I think it is really good, and I would probably love to talk to you at some more time, because we are now incorporating other specialties, not just health, because there are other things which affect the health.
Dr. Reggie, could I just say this? I think we all of us will have been through testing times in our lives, and they are not to be avoided. They are actually the mental gym for us. Now, I've had a testing time in my life in the last 2 or 3 years, and many people have, whether it's health or finances or relationship or whatever it is. These experiences will always be part of life. It's how we deal with them, how we respond to them, and how we view them. So they can be they can consume us with bitterness, or they can be our greatest teachers and an absolute blessing. And I think it's important that we recognize that. And then the second thing is, growing up in the West, you see the films, you see this, and you see us doing this, that, and the other. Let me tell you this. If you want to know who needs who at the moment, I can guarantee the West needs the wisdom of the East. It needs the wisdom of India, the wisdom of China, the wisdom of Japan. It needs these. The East has so much to teach the West. And I'm not just saying that because this is a predominantly subcontinent base here, and that, our group in this video meeting. The West is just waiting to learn and understand what the East has known for millennia. And I think that we have an opportunity to get the message out there to those who are ready to listen, because when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Pete, very well said.
Beautiful.
You're very right. And at Healing Our Earth, we travel every continent on every episode. Later we'll be in USA, Ecuador. We've been with Africa. We've been with India. Every episode is covered by every continent. You are a true ambassador. You made a right knot. And no wonder Anupul has struck a chord with you, because Healing Our Earth is leading the Indian knowledge system into embracing other knowledge system. Pete, thank you very much.
Bless you.
If you
Thank
can,
you.
and let's move on to Dr. Seema Shah.
Thank you very much.
Seema, welcome to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste.
And Seema,
A very warm welcome, Dr. Seema.
Thank you, Amrita.
Thank you so
Seema,
much.
welcome. You've got 16 minutes for your presentation, so that we can outro you later as well. Amrita, go ahead, introduce her, and let's move on.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Seema, for joining us today. And you are yourself a holistic healer. You have been practicing in various ways. And today you'll be talking about a harmonious way to our health as well. And I can see the little picture behind you popping out with Namaste Yogasana, which is very sweet, I would say. And over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a global namaste to everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. And today I'm going to talk about harmonious way to health. And regarding that painting, it got inspired with meditation. So I absolutely love painting, whatever comes through from my meditations. Let me see if I can share a slide. So if I could share, if possible. If not, then I'll go through it without. Just bear with me.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure. Is it coming through? Can you see anything?
Yes.
Okay.
We can't see your slides as a.
Okay.
You are sharing your desktop at the moment. So share what you want to share, then
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I think there is a harmonious, there was a pop-up from there. Please go ahead again.
Seema, select what you want to share, not your desktop,
Okay.
and share the screen.
Okay, 1 second.
Find on your computer what you want to share with us.
Fine.
Click it, and then share the screen, and it will pop up.
Okay.
You know what? Yes, you are sharing the screen now. Okay, yes, it has come now. If you put it on a slide mode, it will take the full screen.
Perfect. Okay, brilliant.
Brilliant. You are ready to go. Go, go, go.
Thank you. Right, so today I'm going to share about harmonious way to health, the 7 pillars, and I've joined in and I've listened how East and West, really there's a lot of ancient wisdom as well as modern science, and they can be integrated together to harness the best of both worlds. So I'm Dr. Seema Shah, clinician by profession, but also my own life's journey has taken me through the holistic route. So before I start today, I'm not here as a clinician. It's more of a holistic health coach and the other things that I do. So for anyone out there, just a little disclaimer that this presentation is here to inspire and to help encourage positive general changes for health and lifestyle, but it's not intended to diagnose, treat, or offer medical advice for any specific conditions. So please consult your general practitioner or healthcare provider before making changes that may impact your current medical care or treatment plan. And I say this in the kindest of ways, because if there's any doubt, please consult the professionals. So who am I? So my journey started as a dentist, and then motherhood changed my life, my son being my greatest teacher. We found out when he was a few months old that he had multiple food allergies, including all nuts tested and dairy. At the same time, I was going through postpartum depression and I put on a lot of weight, and I was at my lowest. And like Pete said, sometimes it's those moments of transformation, those darkest, deepest moments that induce the greatest changes. And for me, there was one point where my son had a severe allergic reaction, and basically an ambulance visit to hospital, and then he was hospitalized. And I was there with him, not knowing whether I would go home with him on that occasion or without him. And that was a life transforming moment, because all I wanted to do was make a change, take responsibility for my own health, that of my family, and for others. And that pain transformed into purpose. So today I'm really passionate about speaking, writing for different publications, teaching yoga, and the holistic health coaching that I do. So what is the harmonious way to health? When I was learning about health coaching and worked with a functional medicine doctor, I found out that there's so many different dietary protocols, exercise regimes, and everything. But then I also thought there's so much wisdom that I learned from yoga and how to integrate the two. A few decades ago, there was no monitoring, no devices to track, for example, our steps, blood pressure, etc. Yet, as a human race, we were healthier and happier. So these are the basic fundamentals that I came up with, no matter where in the world people are, whatever diet protocols they follow, or whatever it is. And it became my mission to empower minds, energize bodies, and enrich souls. So the harmony method is basically the acronym of harmony. And I'll talk through each of these for the time that we've got allocated. So H is for healthy foods and drinks. And though today, because it's a very short presentation, usually I spend a lot of time talking about each of these, we'll go through this very quickly and concisely. So one thing to remember is the acronym SLOW: seasonal, local, organic, and wholesome. By eating seasonally, we are in tune with the rhythm of Mother Earth. And when we eat locally, again, we're supporting local economy, local farmers. There's less air miles, less carbon footprint. Organic where possible, because all those pesticides, herbicides, and other residues do affect our health and well-being. A lot of you might have heard of hormone disruptors. And there's a really good resource by the Environmental Working Group, which is an organization, a non-profit that does every year the Dirty Dozen and Clean 15. The Dirty Dozen is the list of fresh produce with the highest pesticide residues. And if budget, so basically prioritize those things in the Dirty Dozen as things that you may want to consider buying organic, while the ones in the Clean 15 are the ones with the least pesticide residues. Those can be bought conventionally if there's a budget to take care of. So if you don't have that list, how do you know what is what? Generally, the things we put out and they rot quickly or go off quickly would be in the Dirty Dozen, the highly sprayed things. Things like berries, green leaves like spinach. But the things which are hardy and can stay out at room temperature for a longer time generally are less sprayed and are in the Clean 15. Things like pineapples, avocados, so those thick-skinned things that the pests don't get to easily. Wholesome. So if you were to have, say, a piece of fruit as nature provides compared to, say, a fruit juice from that same fruit to a dessert from that fruit, naturally, the one which comes from nature with all the fiber and all the micronutrients to go with it is a better option. The other things to bear in mind is batch cooking, especially for busy lifestyles. In an ideal world, we want to eat so that it's fresh meals every time. But it's still better to have home-cooked food prepared with love and gratitude and the ingredients that we are aware of, more so than what is out there, packaged, and a lot of additives to it. Eat mindfully, free of distractions. And always ask yourself, how can you make it more nutritious? So as an example, these are things I made at home. Instead of the top one, using white potatoes, I've used purple potatoes for the antioxidants. The second one, I've used samo or morio, which is a gluten-free grain on a dal base and some chutney rather than processed or white rice. And the third one is free of sugar, free of nut dessert that are made out of seeds, coconut cream, dates, and basically garnished with coconut and strawberries. So it's about not deprivation, but about thinking cleverly about how to make it more nutritious. So let's move on to the second one, which is A. But before I do that, for anyone interested, I'm plant-based. There's on my website, a healthy eating basically book. And if you're interested, it's got various tips like batch cooking and other things, as well as a green juice recipe, which is great for the heart chakra and detoxification. And then A for an amazing energy. Now ask yourself, what brings flow in your life? Those are the things that add energy. Usually people, places, activities, hobbies, things like that. And a lot of the time, our life purpose is linked to those things that add energy and bring the zest in our life. Self-care is not selfish. It's a priority. I always refer to the analogy of the aeroplanes asking you to replenish yourself should there be an emergency with those oxygen masks. Because what good are we when we've collapsed? We can't help ourselves or others. So it's all about nourishing ourselves, replenishing ourselves before we can help others. And when you ask yourself, what adds to the quality of my life? What comes through? When you have a moment, journal 2 to 3 things that add quality to your life. And the idea is to do more of these ones. So that's amazing energy. We want to avoid things that deplete our energy, people, places, things, even those time wasting things through our basically days, and add to those things that add to our well-being and energize us. We all have 24 hours, the same number of minutes a day. Energy is the less talked about currency, and it really is a powerful resource. So let's move on to R for restful sleep. The word restful being very important. As humans, we designed to have a quarter to a third of our life to rest and sleep. And there's a good reason for that. That is engineered into us. Sleep is sometimes very neglected, but it's so important for various reasons. It helps with neural pathway formations and also repair of the body and various functions like detoxification functions. Now, the question is, am I getting adequate quality sleep? If you wake up refreshed and energized, the answer is yes. If not, no matter how many hours, then the answer is no. And sleep hygiene is those things like not having a meal just before bedtime, ideally 2 to 3 hours gap, calming down before bedtime, so not watching, for example, devices like television or anything very active. Ideally, I love to use essential oils like lavender, some relaxing music, a bit of yoga stretches, and some relaxing pranayam to help me to get a restful sleep. But sleep really matters so we can function well for the days to come. Balance. Now, balance is different things to different people. This is just an example. It's the circle of life from the Institute of Integrative Nutrition. And for everyone, balance and what matters in their life is different. But as an example from this one, see what resonates with you. What of these little segments are things that you find useful in your life, and then make your own circle out of the ones which you prioritize. Then 0 being somewhere in the middle to 10 being towards the outside of the circle. For your personalized circle, see where you are at. 0 being you need to really work on that. It's almost non-existent. And 10 being it's working very well for you for that segment of your life. See which ones are low, because usually when we replenish the ones we are low at, it helps like a domino effect for the others. So when you have a moment, and if you want to take a screenshot, try this and see where you can work on for aspects of your life. And time management. Like I mentioned earlier, same number of hours, same number of minutes for all of us. How are we managing, conserving our energy for the things that matter and add value to our life, so that we are better tomorrow than we are today, or we were yesterday, we're more vibrant today. And then going on to the O for harmony, that's overcoming stress. And by stress, I mean the chronic stress, because a little bit of acute stress called eustress is important and motivating. We all need a little bit to get us to do things. But stress is defined as a sudden biological change. And when that change becomes so chronic and overwhelming, that then becomes harmful physically, mentally, emotionally, and even for our spiritual pursuits or the greater purpose in life. Think about 3 things that helps you relax. And the idea is to do more of those ones. And let's still take a moment to just close our eyes and just take a nice, slow, deep breath in. with a smile on our face, spine upright if possible, and then slow, conscious breath out. And now a bigger smile as you breathe in. And once again, a slow, conscious breath out. So deep breathing engages the vagus nerve, which is part of our parasympathetic nervous system, to do with our calming part of our nervous system. This is one breathing technique you can do, even if you're driving or you're out and about or in a social situation. Just slow, calm, deep breaths in and out. And there are other breathing techniques, but because of time, we'll do that on another occasion. Right, so nurturing relationships is the end of harmony. Nurturing being important. Now, if I were to ask you a question, who is the most important person in your life? What would you say? What would your answer be? For a lot of people, they would name somebody other than themselves. But the truth is, we are with ourselves from our first breath to our last. So the most important person needs to be ourselves. And that's not selfish, because a lot of the time I work with women and they're like, but I can't prioritize myself because I've got family to look after, kids to look after. And I always say, but if you don't nurture yourself, how much have you got to give to others around you? So prioritize yourself and then ask yourself what matters in your relationships. There are certain core values that matter to each and every one of us, and nurture those relationships where your values match each other, be it your relationship with yourself so you're more authentic, or with others professionally, personally, or otherwise. And it all starts with us. Unconditional love and forgiveness for ourselves, then for others, really goes a long way to nurturing ourselves and others around us. And then finally, the why for harmony is yielding exercises. Again, the word yielding chosen with care. Now we know exercise has a lot of benefits, and there's a lot of scientific evidence, and there are lots of type of exercises. For me, going to the gym is something I enjoy, but yoga was where real changes happened for me. Because what I needed when I was the most stressed and at my lowest in life was nervous system regulation. So find the type of exercise that resonates with you, your lifestyle, something you enjoy so it's consistent for you, and something that gives you the results that you need and aspire for. Accountability is very important. If you're self-motivated, you can hold yourself accountable. But for most people, communities, so for example, if it's gym sessions, which are group sessions, or yoga classes, where I find a lot of people help each other, cheer each other on, or even having a friend or a family member hold you accountable is really important. So that's the harmony, healthy eating and drinking, amazing energy, and then the restful sleep, the managing our time and balancing our time. And then we've got the overcoming stress, nurturing relationships, and yielding exercises. And I'd like to thank you all so much for having me here on Healing Our Earth, and a global namaste to all of you. And if you got any questions, please reach out to me. Here are my details. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Seema. That was pretty nice, versatile. Can you stop sharing the screen and so we can see each other?
Perfect.
Lovely. As lovely is your name, same way you have shared the harmonious ways of health. And I think Peter Welling's pretty much resonates with us. Dr. Anukulji is smiling, and as we move to Germany with Dr. Ulrich, we'll have some tips. Your comments, Dr. Anukulji and Pete, if you have.
I can just
Dr.
comment
Seema.
one small thing, that Peter was here noting down everything that he could manage, and he was taking some screenshots as well. So I must confess that we really enjoyed your talk, and it was really very, very helpful. And I think it has taken into account all aspects of life in a very integrated way, and that's a great thing to have done. And I've also visited your website, and I think it contains almost everything. That's great. Thank you.
And I would say there's the theoretical side of holistic wellness, and there's the practical, and you need to know some of why you're doing it and what it's about. But having tips and having practices that you can apply in your daily life, as you've shown there, is the key. And that allows people to take that first step into it. So I think it's beautifully done and very succinct as well. We've got a few more notes to take, haven't we?
Oh, yeah, we will take, of course.
Take a few more.
Thank you so much. And please reach out. It would be lovely to connect with like-minded people. Thank
And
you.
that's what he said. I'm going to contact her.
Yeah, does it?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Seema. As we move from United Kingdoms to Germany, Dr. Ulrich, your comments for Dr. Seema before we have your talk.
No, it was very clear, very helpful, and also it covers some of the points which I will mention shortly afterwards for happy and life full of well-being. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seema. Thank you very much. And now from United Kingdom, we move to Germany with Professor Ulrich Berg. He is a mathematician, a professor, but more importantly, an environmentalist, an agriculturist, and also an Agnihotra practitioner. And I'm very happy that the way he incorporates the practices of Agnihotra with wellness and the practices of Agnihotra with sustainability, environment, and sustainable practices of cultivation of plants and biodiversity. And not only that, from the verge of planting a sapling to cancer healing, there's a tremendous research and the talk that we'd like to hear from Professor Ulrich. Over to you. Namaste.
Okay. Namaste again, and thank you for inviting me here to this episode on wellness and well-being. And the question which I have is, how can Agnihotra help in this respect? Okay, that is me, you know. So let us talk about happiness, because happiness is the ultimate goal. And we all want to be happy, but still very few people are happy all the time. But actually, happiness should be the normal state of human beings. It should not be something extraordinary. It should be the normal state. And see, small children, whenever they're fed and they get new pampers, they are just happy. Yeah, they don't need more. With adults, it's a little bit more difficult. So let us see, what are the factors which take us away from this normal state of happiness? And some factor is tension on body and mind. Regarding the body, of course, if we are sick, it is difficult to be happy. So in order to keep the body healthy, good to keep the body hydrated, to eat healthy food, organic, possible, to have some exercises as daily routine, like walking, tai chi, yoga, and so on. These are the points which Dr. Seema now talked about more in detail. I just mentioned them. Then also, it is very helpful to perform regular sunrise, sunset Agnihotra, as this helps to purify our environment, the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. This was discussed in detail in earlier episodes on healing our earth, so I will now concentrate on our mind. Actually, happiness is a state of the mind. If there are tensions in the body, this affects our mind. In addition to that, there are tensions on our. There is thought pollution. Negative thoughts and emotions are all around us in the atmosphere. And normally we do not see them, but we are affected. Just think of you go to a room where people were quarreling before. People have left. You don't even know what happened. You go to the room and you feel some kind of uneasiness. On the other side, if you go to a room where there was some meditation, mantra chanting, people had left again, but still you feel some quietness, some stillness in the atmosphere. So these thoughts are kept in the room and they have an effect. And Agnihotra not only purifies our atmosphere from biological, chemical, and physical pollution, but Agnihotra also purifies the atmosphere on a more subtle level, the level of thoughts and emotions. And this gives a strong push towards wellness, well-being, and ultimately to happiness. So, what is this Agnihotra? Agnihotra is the smallest and basic Homa healing fire tuned to the specific biorhythm of sunrise, sunset. It comes from the ancient most Vedic sciences of bioenergy, medicine, and so on. The process is very simple. You have a copper pyramid of fixed size and shape. You burn some dried cow dung, some ghee, clarified, unsalted cow's butter. It's important it has to be from cow's butter. Otherwise, it will not work. We have shown that in different experiments. Then some grains of unpolished rice, unpoken pieces only, akshat. Then mantras, which is exact vibration. And the timetable of sunrise and sunset, exact to the second. But now we have this app, Agnihotra Buddy, which gives you the exact timings with just a few clicks on your phone. Why is that the time of sunrise, sunset so important? It is said that at the time of sunrise, there's a flood of energies coming from the sun all the way to the earth. And this flood has a subtle music in it. And the quintessential sound of that music is the mantras which we utter at that time. Therefore, we have a kind of resonance effect. So that explains why we have to use these mantras. So if you would translate the mantras into English, German, whatever, it will not work. It has to be Sanskrit, because Sanskrit is the exact vibration. And second, it also explains why we have to use the exact time, because this flood of energies is there for only short time band. Interesting, some American astrophysicists showed this slide saying that million ampere currents head in towards sunrise and out along sunset. So that was a confirmation of this traditional Vedic knowledge of sunrise, sunset by modern science. Now what happens is, it is said that a channel is created throughout all the atmosphere, and prana energy, life energy, comes down through this channel and creates an aura energy field around all plants. Plants get healthy, get nutrition, and when the flame dies, all this energy comes back and is collected in the Agnihotra ash. Therefore, this ash has healing properties. And what are the effects of Agnihotra? First is prevention. It helps to remove risk factors of environmental pollution. And we know environmental pollution is responsible for approximately 20 to 25% of all deaths nowadays, as studies have shown. And so if we can remove these risk factors, then automatically we have better health. And better health, good health, is one of the factors for well-being, for being happy. Second thing is Agnihotra also can cure many different diseases, as we have seen. And there are also some scientific studies, which I mentioned in some other talk on this platform. Now let us concentrate on the effect of Agnihotra to heal mind and spirit. The aim of yoga is still the mind. And if the mind is still, then happiness automatically comes up. And an inquiry with yoga teachers showed that the same effort which they had with yoga and pranayama nowadays has less effect than 20 years ago. One yoga teacher told me earlier, normally it takes him 20 minutes to get into a deep state of meditation. With Agnihotra, it happened nearly immediately. So why is that so? That's the importance of atmosphere. And our atmosphere is nowadays polluted on the physical, chemical, and biological level, but also on the level of thought energy, of thought pollution. And this thought pollution, negative thinking and negative feelings, that's actually the worst form of pollution, and is also the origin of all other types of pollution. If your thoughts are clear, you would not just damp your trash in nature, and you would not wash your car from oil and so on next to a river. You would just not do that. This thought pollution we cannot yet measure, but we can feel it. As I mentioned before, think of a room where people were quarreling, or on the other side after meditation. And Agnihotra removes this thought pollution and creates a harmonious environment. And we have seen the effect. We cannot measure thought energy, but we have seen the effect. And some of these studies I want to show you. One study was done in Moscow, Russia, some time ago. A group of people came for regular Agnihotra for 2 weeks, and anxiety and depression were measured before and after Agnihotra, and there was a clear reduction in both. So you see here, the red bars are anxiety before, and the white bars are anxiety after. And again, depression, black bars, depression before, and green, depression after. You see a clear reduction in both anxiety and depression. One study done recently in Santiago de Chile, that was done at the University of Medicine, and these medical students, before some of the main exams, they were very much stressed because Dr. Anukul, you know, medical exams, they're hard. They have to learn thick books practically by heart in order to pass the test. Terrible stress. So they tested 100 students by measuring the cortisol level in this saliva. And all of these 100 students were pretty much stressed. So they took 30 of these students and divided into two groups and of 15 each. And they invited these groups to go for Tai Chi session. One of the group, it was just Tai Chi. And the second group was Tai Chi, but in the next room, and the students did not know, in the next room, Agnihotra was performed. And both groups had a good effect. Tai Chi had a good effect. And here you see, that was the effect with the measured with the questionnaire. The relief was from 100% stress to 41% stress with Tai Chi only, but it went down to 8.4% of stress with the people who had Tai Chi and Agnihotra was done in next room. Of course, the effect would be much better if these students would perform Agnihotra themselves. I suggested that, but there's a question, how can we avoid the placebo effect? So you have to do some statistical tricks in order to do that. It's possible. Hopefully sometime it will be done. And then the cortisol level also went down. It went down from 30 to 22 with the Tai Chi only group and went down from 28.9 to 17 in the group with Agnihotra. So again, a bigger reduction. So stress is relieved by Agnihotra. Another study was done in Baltimore, USA. And in this study, the experimental group, they performed Agnihotra for 2 weeks, morning and evening. And the control group, they were meditating for 15 minutes, but not Agnihotra. And the results, again, were quite encouraging. The result was measured on depression with the Beck's depression inventory. And you see the reduction decrease in the depression score was in the control group just a little bit, but say 1 point. And in the Agnihotra group, experimental group, it was 12.7, a big difference. And the wellness index that was measured by a questionnaire that was also the control group was up 3.5 point, and the Agnihotra group was up 14.9 points. So you see the increase in wellness score was 4.2 times greater than in the control group. Again, a big positive effect. So now, what is the modus operandi? How does that work? How does Agnihotra lead to these effects? With homotherapy, Agnihotra homotherapy, we purify our atmosphere, our environment. And it is stated that by inducing a change in the atmosphere, you bring about a change in functioning of prana, life energy, and this has very beneficial effects on our mind, as prana and mind are connected like two sides of the same coin. Prana, you affect prana, immediately you have an effect on mind, and vice versa. And what controls the flow of prana? That is the atmosphere. And if the atmosphere is polluted, then the flow of prana is a little bit affected. But with Agnihotra, we purify our atmosphere, and the flow of prana is harmoniously, and immediately we have this positive effect on the mind. And now, 2 more results we got recently. One is that study again was done in Russia, Moscow. They did EEG before Agnihotra, and you see here most brain waves are in the range of beta, and beta stands for activity, but also stress. And alpha, more the calm brain waves, is only 17.6%. After Agnihotra, it's just opposite. Most brain waves are in the range of alpha and very little in the range of beta. That was just after 1 Agnihotra only. So we have to see how is it if we do it continuously, say for 2 weeks. And that was an interesting experiment we did in Germany with the GDV, that is a further development of Kirlian photography. And they can visualize the chakras. And you see the person before Agnihotra, the chakras were very much out of order. And after only 1 Agnihotra, see nearly all chakras are in line. Only the throat chakra is a little bit aside, but also that is better than before. So it has an immediate effect on our chakras, and the chakra regulate the flow of energy in the body, and they are so much important for the functioning of all the organs. Okay, so that is a simple process, 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening, just we have to follow exact time of sunrise, sunset, and then we get all these wonderful effects. That's it. Thank you.
Orly, what a wonderful presentation. In a simple way, you not only narrated, so this kind of presentation should be shared with everybody. If you could stop the screen share, I want Rajiv to make a 1-minute comment, because He is an NHS doctor, practices meditation and yoga, and has an open mind field where he feels those are benefits, and if there are any scientific records which you have got some. So through our Healing Our main core group via Amrita and Anapul, you will share data. Rajiv, your 1 minute comment on what Ulrich presented.
So I think it's very interesting concept. I believe the way it works, because we did a lot of webinars with a colleague of mine outside NHS on mantra and science of mantra and the effect on health. And the way, and I've done a lot of digging into it, the way it works, which partly is correct, which is on cortisol, but there's a lot more than cortisol. Just by mantras, one part is when it happens, just by pronunciation in a rhythmic way, it connects to the fluid, and vibration in the fluid itself sucks away the energy release. And therefore, there is improvement in the way. And second is also right from Muladhara chakra to the crown chakra, that all is disrupted in current life, which you have beautifully demonstrated. And so I would like to know, was it each cases or it was kind of moving in that way? That was it each case, or it was just one picture which was flickering? And how did you capture the energy of these chakras? Because the energy of the chakras is correct and theoretically demonstrable, but from energy and the NHS point of view, in the Western medicine, energy is ATP, ADP, that cycle. This type of the energy doesn't exist and is not acceptable. So in order to build that part, because that bridge is missing, we need to understand the language, and we will be able to translate that language in a language that the Western medicine or modern medicine understand. So if we can understand, we can explain it to others. And that is the best way to enter. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it is integration. So keeping what is there, but adding this in order to maximize the benefit and improve the journey, keeping the wellness. So preserve the wellness and prevent the departure from wellness, and bring back from the departed disease position back into wellness. This is one another tool. Just like for car, you need a screwdriver, you need a spanner, you need hammer, you need different tools. So this is one of the possibly useful tool to bring it together. So I will stop it here. So I think it was good to have a scientific evidence, and I would love to have, because we are creating a scientific repository of all type of different disciplines: yoga, Ayurveda, teaching, Tai Chi, Qigong, hypnotherapy, art therapy, music therapy, all of these. So if we have collection of these and we build on it and we try and find out where the gaps are, and then we fill the gap, then we will probably have a smoother flow. So
thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Offline, you can keep in touch with Ulrich and Anapul and everybody.
Yes, I would be happy to do that.
Anapul and everybody are together anyway on Monday, so we will share that with you. Ulrich, your quick comment, and we need to move to Anjali, the next sessions.
No, thanks, Dr. Rajiv, for this comment. And yes, I would be happy to discuss more, to go on with such experiments. And I'm happy also to hear you did experiments on the effects of mantra on different parameters. So yes, if you can get together, that will be great. Thank you.
Thank
Amazing.
you,
Thank you.
Dr. Ulrich and Dr. Rajiv and Anakul and everybody. Anakul will bring you after Anjali or giving Rotarian Lal. Go ahead. Amrita, introduce our resident contributor, Anjali. And Anjali, for the next 10-15 minutes is all yours. And over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirup Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Professor Ulrich. It was again a wonderful presentation from your side, and we'll have you again for more chit chats. It's time to move from Germany to India, where we have Dr. Anjali Agrawal, who is again a holistic healer, a physiotherapist, a practitioner who believes in it's about the wholeness. of the practices that makes it really versatile, and that's what works.
So,
So,
Amrita,
what's in the pocket
Amrita,
today?
Amrita, just before
Yes.
Anjali starts talking, it's just reminding because aromatherapy and aromatherapy people love because it actually involves physical practice, chanting, clearing the atmosphere, etc. So Ulrich is producing with Healing Our Earth a special episode once again on 23rd of August, Sunday, 23rd of August. You can go to Healing Our Earth future online episodes and you will see it there. Thank you, Ulrich, for that. Amrita, over to you and Anjali.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Anjali, for today's thoughts on wellness and well-being. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone here, and very happy Sunday to everyone from Healing Our Earth. Nice to see Dr. Anukul, Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Amrita, and Neil Kumarji. Very good morning to all of you. Good afternoon to all of you. So today I'm talking about PMOS and the tips. Now the PCOS term got changed into PMS. So I think we all know that everything around Earth is now based on how we move, how we eat, as we said, prana, right? So I'll be taking you through but basic, sweet and short, just basic for everybody who is watching also to gather some inputs as to what we can do as women to manage PCOS, which is now PMOS. Now, why we say the word PMOS is called as polyendocrine metabolic disorder. So all your endocrine glands in the body is now responsible for this kind of syndrome. So earlier we were, asking women, right? You are lazy, you're not moving, you're not eating well. That's why your periods are not coming in time, or you are not getting pregnant in time. But now let's understand that this is more than just a gynecological issue. So a woman is not having mood swings or is not feeling body pains or fatigue just because of the endocrine system which stimulates her ovaries. It is the overall endocrine system which is affecting her body. Now, what is my role in their journey is we need to understand what kind of exercises or what kind of lifestyle modification they can all bring about in their life to bring about basic little changes in their life. So, going on to understand the body. So, what is PCOS? Is a hormonal metabolic condition, as I mentioned, and symptoms can vary. So, we have seen a lot of women being undermined and said, okay, you don't have a cyst-like projection in your ovary cycle, in your, ultrasound scans. So, I think you don't have PCOS. But they were having their periods in time, but they have all the presentation of PCOS, which is PMOS. And it can be interlived. So their cycles can be so different from each other. They can have a good cycle, but they are having what PCOS does to every other women. So we have to understand and track each other's cycle, and awareness is the first step when we come to balancing the doshas, as we say in wellness and well-being also. So it is your doshas, or what we say in Ayurveda or in naturopathy. We have to look at a more holistic picture of PCOS, which is what I will literally throw some light on. Now, we have to understand there's something called regular activity, which Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Anukul, and Dr. Amrita will me that regular activity can be simple pranayam, simple yogic asanas, start your day with walking, or simple weight training, or simple amount of movements throughout the day. So I talk the habit of called NEAT, NEAT. NEAT is you are into a thermogenesis process. We are burning your calories throughout the day with little bits of snacks of movements. So I call it snacking movements because that helps to let your calories burn as you consume more calories. So the thing is calories intake, calories outtake, right? So, but we are not looking at weight management just because it's so difficult with polyendocrine system to lose weight. We blame on the women like, oh, you're not using your muscles properly, that's why you're not losing weight. Well, that's how the endocrine system becomes. It just gets blocked and it's not functioning the way it is functioning. So we see a lot of young women now have gone into smoking and into consistency of weight management. So they have mood swings in a way where they'll eat up too much one weekend. The next 2 days they don't want to work out. So again, that cyclic loophole of not activity, too much consumption of calories and processed foods, it again stimulates your endocrine systems to be not working in your favor. So we have to look at what are the basic things which women can try out. Like simple things like 150 minutes week of moderate aerobics, because we don't want overdoing aerobics, which will again cause your cortisols to get overstimulated. So why we say for PMOS or PCOS women is not going hardcore running or hardcore jogging, because it can cause or hardcore hit programs, which causes your cortisols to dump into the body, and that again cause more fat accumulation, and again fat and insulin working together, it's like attracted to each other, and that's what causes your body to go into that system. So 2 to 3 days a strength session is so important, and we have seen with a lot of my patients it does miracle for them. Even if we see in the GLP market now, everybody is on GLPs, and all doctors are, all my patients, almost everybody is on Manjaro or GLPs and all, coming to me with now laxity of joints and pain in the joints after GLPs, the side effects of it. But we always have to emphasize that everything has to be working in favor of these patients. And pelvic floor and core strengthening is so important with yoga asanas, especially sitting and doing butterfly or chakhi asanas. They are very handful for pelvic floor stimulation of the ovarian glands. Very important for women to understand the importance of sitting on the floor or doing a malasana, okay, sitting and squatting on the floor, mopping the floor. So the one exercise I always tell my patients is take a room and mop the floor while sitting on the floor. It has really helped a lot of my patients almost get back to their original form of not having PCOS also. So we have to understand that wellness also comes from different nature of medicines also. And let's imbibe all of them, because all of them will give us something to hold on to and to progress very holistically. Nutrition again becomes protein with milk. So how in Indian population especially, women try to overlook their diet. They don't want to think that they should eat on time, they should not eat properly. That's what is happening. They're running from one task to another task, and they don't get time to sit and really think for themselves with meals. Now the awareness has grown, and we look at proteins with meals. So if you're eating meals, proteins become a very important part because it helps in thermogenesis and fat loss also. Because as I said, fat equals insulin is equal to PCO, PMOS. So that cycle loophole continues. And the high fiber foods. It could be start your day with every meal with a little bit of protein and a salad, which can be, any amount of salad you can eat, which helps to not let your insulin cells become too attracted to the sugar molecule. We have craving at 3 p.m. During work hours or something after lunch, we'll have a craving to eat a sweet snack. That is first indicator your body is not able to utilize insulin well. And limit the ultra processed food or don't at all have them, because we can't even say what food is pure coming in our house. So first, when you go shopping, look at what you're buying for your groceries. Best is as pure as possible, if possible, within your reach. And hydrate at least 6 to 7 to 8 glasses of water. Hydration becomes very important for your sugar cells to metabolize the insulin well. So it's important that the more dehydrated you are, your chances of getting into PMOS increases a lot. And 7 to 9 hours of sleep is so important, because we see now what we see is the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is coming in the young population. In the population between 25 to 35 years, I am seeing in my IT population patients where they don't eat, they don't drink alcohol, but they're getting non-fatty liver disease, which again is leading into insulin resistance, which is also leading into PMS. So stress reduction, doing mindful practices, as we say, Agnihotra, yoga, pranayama, it becomes very, very mandatory for all of us. So everybody's having stress, everybody needs to sleep on time, but even for sleeping, they are having, some people are running startups, some people are doing, late night shifts. They're not able to get the night sleep, which we say, the circadian rhythm. So rise up with the sun and eat your dinner as early as sunset. That concept has to be brought in, but the kind of lifestyle and work life balance which we have is not coming for women in our country as of now. So, very short and sweet. So, work with somebody who can just not concentrate on persistent irregular period. Look at severe pain. So, sometimes PMS patients can have chronic pain, fatigue in the body, they'll have mood swings, and they can be fertility concerns. But working with a very holistic healthcare teams helps you tap into every zone which needs help, which can be Ayurveda, yoga science, naturopathy, gynecologists, obstetrician, endocrinologists, physicians, orthopedics, physiotherapists, dietitian, nutritionists, and the list goes on so forever. So always seek help at the right time because you get the right advice and you can really, and I always say the setting stone is your younghood, which is your childhood. An obese child will have PMS by 13 or 14. So make sure every child from the young age is made to do some running, jogging, some kind of activity, which is very important. And also look at what kind of food they're eating or what kind of screen time they're happening, how much time they are sitting. I always tell my patient is as much as possible do squats in between your, even for doctors, we tell them squat in between your one patient to another patient. So you are looking at need, burning your calories, how much calories you take, how much calories you're burning. So this really helps the whole cycle of managing your endocrine system. And for the smooth running endocrine system, it's important that we think mindfully because if our thoughts are less stressful, we can manage our cortisols well and an insulin well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anjali. It was a very nice thing because I've been what you call wondering on this particular issue for quite some time. And I asked myself this funny, rather awkward way of looking at it. And that was about why is it Mother Nature telling this lady not to have a baby at this time? After all, the hormones, we have got a physical body and we have got a mental body. But in between, what is connecting are the neural structures as well as the endocrines. And somewhere between these two is the what a disconnected link. And I feel, and usually then it is from this point I start going into the psychological basis of what's going on in the mind. And I go into hypothalamic studies and a bit of subconscious studies and what's going on there. And very interestingly, I find that many of these patients complain of issues that have occurred very early in their lives, a certain amount of stresses. It could be some kind of abuse or something like that. Because I see the patient at the very chronic end with a chronic back pain and things like that. And interestingly, when I deliberately ask them how much is the brain fog, what is the PCOS, and how long have you had problems with related to periods and things like that. And very interestingly, I at least in about 50% times I'll find a significant connection between all two. And very interestingly, I don't. I usually ask them, "You have this, you have this." You say, "Yes, I have this, I have this, I have this." So I once I get the chain, and then I just put these words and says, "Yes, I have it. I expect that." So, but many of them say, "No, no, I don't have that." So putting together, I just wondering if we have to consider the natural process in the body. Fundamentally, I remember our professor of anatomy says that the uterus is being prepared to receive the baby. And why is it not doing so? Obviously, the mother nature is in the brain is saying, I'm not prepared for it. It could be fear of having a child. It could be fear of intimate relationship. It could be various other kind of things. But the reality is there's an underlying fear which is governing the whole process. So I go into slightly in a reverse way of trying to see why is it happening that way. But that is my way of looking at it, not necessarily completely evidence-based, but that's the way I look at it.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul.
Thank
Anjali,
you, Dr.
the
Anukul.
presentation was so good as
Beautiful.
usual. Can you go directly to Nishit rather than the team? Because the points are not presented on our social media. So go straight to Nishit from now. Get this put up on the social media.
Yes.
So they will actually help people and we can tag people as well. Anjali, stay around. In about 35-40 minutes, we'll come back with an open session to you. We need to move on to our next slot over here with our Rotarian Lal. Go ahead. So, Amrita, if you could, just before you introduce, can you tell people what is happening in the next few episodes? The people are asking, and we refer them to the future online episodes. So let's start what's happening the following week from now.
So the following week, which is on the 19th of July, we are having energy healing episode. Transform your energy, transform your life and our world. It's will be broadcasted from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
And this is exciting because it is co-produced by Hiral Merchant from Mumbai and Acharya Sri Shivam, originally brought by Rotarian Lal Goying, who is now a full-time healing a member. And they've produced this episode. So it's going to bring lots and lots of healing energy. And following week.
The following week, which is on the 26th of July, 2026, we are having a Guru Purnima special episode where we all will come together and pay obeisance and gratitude to our teachers. And also the students will remember the teachers and the teachers will remember the students.
Absolutely. You can be anybody and you can remember your mother, your father, or whoever has brought you special tips and knowledge and made you a good person.
And then on the 2nd of August, it's International Day of Friendship that we are celebrating. So all of you are invited. Your friends, your families, you yourself, and let's cheer up for the International Friendship Day.
And on the 9th of August, we have got World Organ Donation Day, which will be put up by next week, and then it's Indian Independence Day.
Yes, as in by the 15th August passes, so we are celebrating on 16th of August, we bring to you Indian Independence Day, where we unite, empower, and celebrate the independence of our country, India.
And today, India in almost every sector is in top 10, leading the world. And you heard what Pete said today. It is not necessarily that the East or the Indian knowledge system needs West. Maybe it is the other way around, and it's time we heed that, because we will only improve our wellness, well-being by resetting ourselves. And following week.
And the following week, which is on the 23rd of August 2026, we are broadcasting Agnihotra special episode, Healing Our Earth Through Body, Mind and Spirit through Agnihotra.
Superb. So there we are. And now it's time to go to Rotarian Lal Goyal for his tips. And he has got Acharya Sri Shivan and Mac will be coming soon. Let's get the tips first from Rotarian Lal Goyal. Introduce him, Amrita, and over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Anjali, for such a wonderful presentation. It's time to welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Global Namaste. Rotarian Lal Goyal ji is a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International and also the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and Gyan. And today, as a regular contributor, he will be spreading his message through organ donation, wellness, and well-being. Over to you. Thank you. Kindly unmute yourself, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji.
Yeah. Yes, you are unmuted.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amrita ji. Thank you very much, Neil Kumarji and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. And now today when it's a very special topic, and the topic is well-being and wellness, healthy organs and healthy life. Global Namaste to you all. It is a great honor and privilege to be with you this evening to speak on a subject that unites all humanity, regardless of age, nationality, profession, or culture. Well-being and wellness, healthy organs, healthy life. We often spend years building successful careers, accumulating wealth, and achieving our dreams. Yet all these achievements have little meaning without good health. As the Roman poet wisely said, the greatest wealth is health. Good health is the foundation of happiness, productivity, and a meaningful life. It enables us to work, love, serve, and enjoy every precious moment with our smiles and friends. No title, no achievement, and no amount of wealth can replace the priceless gift of good health. When health is lost, everything else becomes secondary. Our bodies are extraordinarily patient. The heart beats over 1 lakh times every day, or in other words, 100,000 times every day, tirelessly pumping life through our veins. Our kidneys continuously purifying our blood. Our liver performs hundreds of essential functions, quietly protecting us from toxins. Our lungs provide every breath that sustains us, and our brain coordinates every thought, emotion, and movement we make. These organs work silently and faithfully every second of our lives. They ask for very little, yet they give us everything. We rarely appreciate them until illness reminds us how precious they truly are. That is why wellness should not begin in a hospital. It should begin in our homes, our schools, our workplaces, and within each one of us. As Jim Rohn beautifully said, take care of your body. It is the only place you have to live. The path to healthy organ is neither complicated nor expensive. It is built on simple, consistent habits. Eat a balanced and nutritious diet, exercise regularly, maintain a healthy body weight. I was just listening Dr. Anjali before that, and she was mentioning about the use of Monjaro. I am on Monjaro for last 1 year, and I am exercising every day, brisk walk for about 60 to 70 minutes, and maintaining a healthy body weight and have no complications. Although now it's a maintenance dose of Ozempic, which I am taking. Earlier, it was high dose of Monjaro. So it all depends how you take your treatment seriously and follow what doctor says. But it has required, because medicines cannot cure. You require, along with the medicines, you require healthy lifestyle. Drink plenty of water, get adequate sleep, avoid tobacco, and limit alcohol. Manage stress through yoga, meditation, prayer, or other healthy practices. Have regular medical checkups. Healthy living is not about perfection. It is about consistency. Small daily choices, repeated over time, become lifelong health. None of these habits demand wealth or privilege. Only awareness, discipline, and the willingness to begin. Unfortunately, modern lifestyles have brought new challenges across the world. We are witnessing an alarming rise in obesity, diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, fatty liver diseases, kidney disease, and certain cancers. Many of these illnesses are closely linked to the way we live, our diets, our sedentary routine, our unmanaged stress, and our late nights. I would like to add here, as Doctor was mentioning earlier, about 20-25% young people are suffering. There was a survey done in Bangalore, which is a IT hub or Silicon Valley of India. There they found that the 20% organs of youth up to the age of 35 are showing the symptoms of failure because of all those things that their lifestyle, stress level, the late night work, etc., etc. So we have to take care of that. Otherwise, it will affect our organs very badly. But the encouraging news is that many of these conditions are preventable. Prevention is not only less costly than treatment, it is also far more effective. As Benjamin Franklin wisely reminded us, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Well-being is not only physical. A healthy mind is equally important. Stress, anxiety, loneliness, and depression can affect every organ in our body. Emotional well-being, strong relationships, a sense of purpose, and kindness towards others all contribute to a healthier and happier life. Health is a balance of body, mind, and spirit. When one suffers, the others inevitably follow. There is another aspect of healthy organs that deserves our attention. Despite remarkable advances in medicine, thousands of people around the world develop irreversible organ failure due to disease, birth defects, or unexpected accidents. For many of them, an organ transplant is the only chance to live. Every day, patients wait with hope for the phone call that could change their lives. Sadly, many never receive it in time. This is why organ donation is one of the humanity's greatest gifts. It transforms tragedy into hope and loss into life. As someone deeply committed to organ donation awareness, I have witnessed remarkable stories. Children returning to school after a successful transplant, parents watching their sons and daughters recover, and families finding comfort in knowing that their loved ones' final act gave others a second chance at life. One organ donor can save up to 9 lives and improve the lives of many more through tissue donation. Few acts of kindness leave such a lasting legacy. I often say, healthy organs give you the freedom to live. Donated organs give someone else the chance to live. If you believe in helping others, I encourage you to discuss organ donation with your family and make your wishes known. It is a conversation that takes only a few minutes, yet it can create a legacy that lasts for generations. But before we think about donating our organs one day, let us first commit ourselves to protecting them every day. Every healthy meal, every morning walk, every good night's sleep, every moment of exercise, and every positive choice is an investment in a healthier future for ourselves and for those who love us. Wellness is not a program. It is not a New Year's resolution. It is a lifelong commitment. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the first wealth is health. Let's inspire our children to embrace healthy habits from an early age. Let's encourage our workplace to promote wellness, our communities to support preventive healthcare, and our institutions to make awareness a priority rather than an afterthought. If each of us improve our health together, we improve the health of our families, our communities, our nations, and ultimately our world. I would like to conclude with a thought that reflects body's theme. Healthy organs create healthy lives. Healthy lives build healthy families. Healthy families build healthier communities, and healthier communities create a healthier world. And let me leave with one final thought. Wellness is not a destination. It is a journey we choose every single day. Every healthy choice you make today is a gift to your future self and to people who love you. Thank you. Stay healthy, stay active, stay compassionate. And together, let us build a world where healthy organs truly means a healthy life, and where the noble gift of organ donation continues to give others a second chance at life. Now, I would like to bring...
Rotarian,
Yeah, please.
Rotarian, what a wonderful message. If
Thank you
your
very much.
organs happy, then the life will follow with happiness. So pay attention to your organs. And who better than you, who is a dynamic soul, that every week travels to different city in India promoting organ donations. So I want to introduce you to Pete. 2-3 months down the line, if you make him one of the senior ambassadors in organ donation, his influence will be very useful. Currently, he's still the mentor and coach of the senior cricketers of India and worldwide. And he's also a mentor, well-being and wellness, very influential person. Peter, say hello to Rotarian Lal Gohel.
Hello, Lal. I thoroughly enjoyed your energy and this. Yeah, you have a sparkle and a spring in your step, Lal. It seems to me. Would I be right in saying that?
Thank you very much for your comments, Peter. Thank you.
Well, and Lal does visit UK too. So you visit India quite often and you go to lots of institutions and so many people. You will be a very good ambassador without having to go out of the way, because he will do most of the work. He's very dynamic. Every day is connected. He's a full healing time or producer from roughly from 9 o'clock. He's also a very good Rotary supporter. You can see his background over there. So this will be very good. Allow a couple of months, and maybe if I can guide you both, it will be the right way to live. And Anakul, I will tell you when to initiate that offline meeting. Yes. And I just wanted to introduce Rotarian Lal Goyal today to Peter directly. Let's move over to Mehak, who is waiting for Rotarian Lal Goyal to bring her tips.
Yeah. Now I would like to invite my panelist guest, and she's Miss Mehak Wadhwa. Miss Mehak Wadhwa is a seasoned yoga trainer, chronic healer, and master NLP practitioner. She is based in Mumbai. Miss Mehak Wadhwa, this is the first time you are coming on this platform, Healing Our Earth. Healing Our Earth is a platform which is running for several years, and their aim is every Sunday coming out with new topics which are beneficial for the humanity and in turn to the healthy earth, because we know the mother nature and the earth is the main thing, and to heal that our mind and soul should be purified and healthy. And this has been telecast and live streamed all over the world on different platforms. So Ms. Wadhwa, we would like to hear from you on the today's topic, which is very important. And I was told that you are very good. I have not met you in person, but yes, I have heard lots of things about you. So for well-being and wellness, your views, Ms. Mehak Wadhwa, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji. Very good afternoon, good evening to each one present here, and a wonderful platform. I heard Dr. Anjali Agarwal also, and yeah, what she said, I rightly agree with that, being a yoga trainer as well. So, for me, I would demonstrate small tips and techniques which will give us an idea how we can maintain our health just by, something as simple as correcting our posture. Nowadays, due to sedentary lifestyle or so much gadget use, sometimes we unconsciously we droop our shoulders forward, neck is looking down, head is bent. So a simple thing like rolling our shoulders back, relaxing them, opens up more of lung area. The lung capacity improves, and that itself will have help us inhale more oxygen. Next, the neck. Some of y'all may have heard the neck text syndrome. So when a pipe is bent, the flow of the fluid in the pipe becomes a little hampered. It's not as smooth or fast. Same thing when our neck is bent, the oxygen and blood supply to our brain is also hampered. It is less. So we tend to feel mental fog and mental fatigue a little earlier. So simple thing like rolling our shoulders behind, making more area in our clavicle area for lung capacity will increase our oxygen capacity in our lungs, plus keeping our neck straight, chin slightly up, so the oxygen and blood supply to our brain is better, and we will feel the mental fatigue or the mental fog a little delayed. We can consciously delay it. So it's like consciously have your gadgets at your eye level, as you can see. I will share with you now, due to the fast-paced life that we lead and overstimulation or something, or overthinking, etc., there are times we do not use our lung capacity to the maximum. And making use of travel time when we are not driving the car or something and we are in the passenger seat, or something as simple as when we are waiting at the airport lounge. I will share 4 hand gestures, hasta mudras, and I will keep sharing. I would invite you all to practice with me, feel the difference, and I will share how it impacts our lung capacity. So the first one is tip of index finger touching tip of thumb, remaining 3 fingers stretched out. The palm is placed on our thighs. I would request and invite each one of you to practice with me. If you wish to keep your eyes closed, you can do that, or just be aware of your effortless natural breathing. We are not regulating our breath for this, and our effortless natural inhale and exhale. Just be present. You will realize as you slowly, gently just be present, there is a particular area of the thoracic region which is automatically more engaged with this hasta mudra. It helps us stay grounded. Along with that, we are activating and stimulating automatically due to this hasta mudra. Our diaphragm muscle is engaged. And we breathe till our belly. So there's no conscious effort as such. Simple thing of hasta mudra. It's like how a circuit, when the electric circuit is complete, the switch is on, the light bulb goes on. Similarly, with this chinna mudra, we activate and stimulate our diaphragm muscles. The next one is same tip of index finger touching tip of thumb. The remaining 3 fingers curl towards your palm. Again, the palm part rested on your thighs. Just observe your effortless, natural inhale and exhale. The reason and how closing our eyes benefit us is, one, when we close our eyes, we are not distracted by what is in front of our eyes, and we are deeply automatically connected with our breath internally. And as we are connected internally with our breath, it becomes deeper on its own. And as you observe your effortless natural breath with this hasta mudra, the name of this hasta mudra is Chinmaya or Chinmayi mudra. Our intercostal muscles are getting engaged more and more. And you will realize if we have been thinking too much, suddenly now our awareness or attention can come to our thoracic region. and a different part of our respiratory muscle is engaged with each different Hasta Mudra. Moving on to the third Hasta Mudra. The thumb is curled towards the palm. The remaining four fingers cover the thumb. Again, this part, palm facing down, is rested on our thighs. Same. If you can keep your eyes closed, just be present, aware, observe your effortless, natural inhale and exhale. The name of this Hasta Mudra is Adi Mudra, and with this particular Hasta Mudra, our clavicle muscles are activated, stimulated, engaged. And there's hardly any efforts that we've put in. We've just used, as it is, our hands are going to be kept in some gesture or something. By practicing this, even if you, while watching TV, you practice this, it activates, stimulates different respiratory muscles. And the fourth Hasta Mudra is the same Adi Mudra. The base of the palm, the knuckles, side of the knuckles touch each other. Again, the back of the palms can be rested on the thighs. With this particular Hasta Mudra, our entire lungs are activated and stimulated. For those of you who are practicing with me, you may have realized or noticed a shift in your energy levels. And I think it's barely 5 or 7 minutes that I started showing these Hasta Mudras. And it can be done while waiting for your flight at the airport, while being in the passenger seat, be it train, car, whatever, while watching TV. And also lungs, when we do not lungs are made up of thousands of cells. Just by practicing these 4 Hasta Mudras, we energize, activate, stimulate each and every cell of our lungs. They don't lose their elasticity. And that's where healthy organs, the aspect of healthy organ comes in. Any queries, would I like to share any, for observations for those of you who practiced?
Thank you very much, Ms. Meher Wadhwa, for giving such a illustrious presentation. And you mentioned about the importance of lungs, which is very, very important. People are not understanding that the lungs function is very, very important, although all organs functions are important. Being the son of, my father was a chest specialist himself, a tuberculosis specialist, and he used to perform the surgery at that time to replace some part of the lungs also. And he always says that you have to keep your lungs always healthy. And that is very much important. And I have seen after a long time that somebody is talking about the lungs health. So I am sure that this information will go in a long way and people will definitely be getting advantage of it. Thank you very much. And stay, in case if you want to stay, that's up to you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and he's Acharya Sri Shivam, who is a regular now, and he has been hijacked by Healing Our Earth directly. So I need not to be there to introduce, but yes, for the sake of introduction, I am giving his introduction as he's the Dean of MIT Group of Institutions. He's the meditation guide and director of spiritual mental well-being and consciousness. He is based in Pune. Acharya Sri Shivam, you have seen what Ms. Wadhwa has mentioned about the lungs health. You are talking about the general well-being and especially the mental well-being, which is very, very important, and especially for organs also. So we would like to hear from you your views on that today's very, very important topic. Acharya Shivam, please.
Thank you so much, Global Namaste, and thank you so much, Rotarian Lal Goyal ji, for inviting me. And definitely, you have been a medium for my message to spread everywhere, and always gratitude to you and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. So, today, as we move with this topic, wellness and well-being, which is the most important topic, and I'm very thankful to Ms. Vada as well. She shared very beautiful insights and mudras. And these are very practical tools and techniques which have been used since Golden Age. And our rishis and the best faculty of the Gurukul system, they all had these kind of practices in their everyday life. And that's why if we compare our modern life versus the ancient Gurukul life, that was much calmer, relaxed, and very razor sharp intelligence we could see. So today, well-being and wellness, I would like to talk about the missing dimension of modern life. So today, I would like to begin with a simple question, and that question is, what is the difference between wellness and well-being? Most people think of healthy food, exercise, good sleep, and fitness in terms of yoga, gym, Pilate, and all that. So these are all very, very important. But let me ask a deeper question. Can someone have a healthy body and still have an unhealthy mind? Can someone be successful and still feel empty? If the answer is yes, then perhaps wellness alone is not enough. So I would like to share a personal story here. And over the years, as a Dean of Spiritual Science at MIT University, I've had the opportunity to interact with students, professors, researchers, corporate leaders, and people from many different backgrounds and very well-established people. So one thing has stayed with me. So once it happened, a student says, Acharya, I can't focus. And a professional says, Acharya, I can't switch off my mind. And then a parent also, when I was interacting with the parent, they said, everything looks fine from outside, but I don't feel peaceful within. And these important questions I keep receiving. So different people, different profession, different countries, but the same restless mind, because that mind is same. That made me realize that the greatest challenge of our time is not lack of information. We probably have a lot of information. We know how to connect to the internet. We know how to connect with AI, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and so many things. But one thing which we don't know is how to connect with our own inner being. So I'm reminded of Krishna when he mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And he's talking from a practical experience. And exactly same I have also experienced in my life in probably past a decade or so. So he says, Dukhe vanudikmana sukheshu vigatas prata vitaraga bhayo krodha istitadhir manuchyate. One whose mind remains undisturbed in sorrow, unattached in pleasure, and free from fear, anger, and all sort of attachment is called Sthit Prajna. Let us understand once more. One whose mind remains undisturbed in sorrow. What happens usually when we are in such situation in which there is so much stress, anxiety, complexity? We feel disturbed and we want someone with whom we can share our disturbance. And when we say, I'm feeling very disturbed, it means something is bothering. And when we experience pleasure, then what is the state of our inner being? What is the state of our mind? What is the state of our chitta? So immediately we shift from sorrow to pleasure, from undisturbed mind to, a quality where there is so much lot of disturbance going on. And then fear in any tough situation. And when someone is not doing anything according to us, we get angry very easily. And all these attachments are the root of sorrow. So whose mind remained undisturbed in all these qualities, that state of consciousness is called sthit prajna. And this is exactly in the battlefield, Krishna is saying this to Arjuna. It sounds very strange. In the battlefield, what is the need to explain so much to Arjuna? But probably it is true, because meditation is not about escaping life. It is about discovering the awareness that remains peaceful even when life changes. So if I may ask, what is something which never changes? The journey is from known to unknown. And that unknown is which remains peaceful even when life changes. Even in Mandukya Upanishad, when they talk about the three qualities, the three states, waking, dreaming, and deep sleep, the rishis are pointing toward the fourth level of consciousness, which is beyond all that. So that which is unknown, unexplored. The modern research associates meditation with improved attention, emotional regulation, resilience, sleep quality, and reduced stress. But when we go back to our golden age, ancient yogis discovered this through direct experience. And that's how all these Vedas, these Upanishads came into the picture. There was no one who told them, write this, write that. That time there was no chat GPT and no internet and no Google. But how did they manage all that? Because of that inner dimension, which is unexplored, but they might have explored that. And that's why there is a term called Aham Brahmasmi. I am that, I am Brahman, I am the supreme universe. And the whole universe is inside me, and I am part of that universe. So if we go with that philosophy, we can discover the unknown dimension through direct experience. And today I would like to share some simple practice. So let us be in this moment totally and gently close your eyes. And I invite you all to participate into this. Take a pause from everything and allow your mind to just be in this moment. Whether any negative thoughts, any baggage, anything you feel is disturbing you, for next few seconds, just drop it and just be in the now. We have seen pause button in our remote control when we operate TV. But what about the inner pause? Just click that pause button and reflect. Just drop these questions. Who am I? What am I doing? What is the purpose of my existence? What am I here for? Don't wait for the answer. Don't pressurize yourself. Just drop these questions. Bring your attention to your breath. Just follow the natural rhythm and be aware of your breath. Watch it going in. Watch it coming out. And with every breath, allow your body to be more and more relaxed. Just relax. Become empty totally. And in the now. Rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. Feel the energy, feel the vibrations. Bring a very gentle smile and come back. So this is very powerful and simple technique which you all can practice in everyday life. So what we have done is P stands for pause, R stands for reflect, what is happening within me right now, and B stands for breathe. Take conscious breaths. So this technique is called PRB technique. This I share with everyone when I interact with, and it is really very powerful. It sounds very simple, but simple things are very beautiful. And we must remember that thoughts are like clouds and awareness is like the sky. So when we see the sky, there are so many clouds. The clouds come and clouds go. But what remains is the sky. So wellness helps us live longer, but meditation helps us live deeper. So we have to live longer and deeper as well. So maybe not leave today with more information, but with a little more awareness. And with this, I would like to end my today's session. And thank you so much for listening me so patiently. And I pray to the divinity in you. Thank you so much.
Acharya Sri Shivam, well done. Short, sharp, and to the point. And I want to bring some peace into Rotarian Lal Goyal's mind. He introduced you at start that we hijacked you. Let it be known, a couple of people are upset offline. Healing our earth never hijacks people, never poaches people. In fact, Rotarian himself came as a contributor from Archana in Mumbai, and it is on my record. And he himself came and told me, I want to be part of healing our earth, just like how you did. But I do remember that it was he who brought you. So Acharya, Rotarian Lal will have a peace in your mind and heart. We do not have to hijack. We just nurture, promote.
But I have no issues if you hijack. You must hijack because those who are contributing good for the society should be hijacked. They are the assets for the society, and I am sure that this hijacking word is very good for this thing that you have hijacked some good, valuable speaker with a full knowledge. You are not hijacking everyone. You are hijacking only those who are having knowledge. So I have no issues. That's why I use this word for him only, not for others.
Rotarian, hijacking is not easy now because last 2 years I changed the rules. Nobody is supposed to come without your personal contact with me. But the rules have changed now because you are part of healing our earth, not because of Rotary. You are now healing our earth. So whatever you bring is all yours. I just wanted to bring peace in your mind and heart. And I still want to introduce Peter to you. He will be a huge ambassador, particularly a white face who is a Indian and British both now. He holds dual cultureship and also speaks Hindi and everything, which will be very beautiful. So, Rotarian, I want to say something. It is Bhabhi's birthday today, your personal wife's birthday. And I appreciate men who actually celebrate on wife's birthday because nowadays people don't. They celebrate other people. So may we wish Bhabhi, which is, by the way, Rotarian Lal Goyal's wife, a very happy birthday from everybody from Healing Our Earth.
Thank you very much, Dev Kumarji. I know that today I wanted to leave early. I told him the reason. See, this is the reason. Otherwise, I would have not left. But he says, no problem. If you want to leave, you can. But I know that the attraction of this program is so much that I don't want to leave. Next week, I'm traveling. Otherwise, I would have done that program also. And I want to do all the programs. But many times it happens that I have to travel and to go for this organ donation work, definitely. Not for my personal work.
Rotarian, you're always there producing at least an hour, and you bring so many exciting people from different states, different country. So Anukul and Amrita will now join differently. Your own friend Sudhir, I believe originally Sudhir came in one of your episode, who is a full-time healing now and also leading 2-3 projects at healing. So it's so you, in fact, some of the people that you are connected with, when you and Peter and Anukul meet in person, maybe somewhere in India, you can now leverage yourself globally and internationally. And that's what healing lives. Mentioning about wife and birthday and living early, common rule. Whatever wife says, yes. And if you say yes to everything, life is beautiful. Just say yes to her and say, okay, fine, chalo. So I agree with that. I wish
at this age, I think wife also understand and husband also understand. If I would have been 30 years back, then definitely I would have not attended on her birthday. But now it makes hardly any difference at the age of 73 because she also understands. We have celebrated so many birthdays together. Still, we are celebrating. And that's why it's celebrated early morning with the breakfast with my grandchildren.
What an example you are. You yourself was semi-written off. You self-healed yourself. And today, you are also involved in the government of India, trying to change rules, regulation, enhancing people's knowledge on how to share organ, how to liaise with the organ donations. Not only that, you are trying to redress the balance where women are more keen to share as opposed to men. So you are a very fine example. Acharya Sri Sharon, one sloka for Bhabhi's birthday, please.
So today, I think just one word, celebration. When life is a celebration, then everything is beautiful. We only see celebration around. So celebration inside out.
Thank you very much. I
They're the
think
best
we
sloka.
all have to celebrate every day because if your mental health is good, if you are celebrating in your own mind, means everything will be perfectly all right. And that's what I always tell in my lectures also. Please keep yourself cool, stress-free. And that's why it is worrying that the new generation, which is as our Dr. Anjali also mentioned earlier, and everyone says, that is very, very much worrying. What is going to happen because the stress level is too high for them. I'm sure that in our some of our episode, we must take this problem about the youth, how to keep them calm, because to tell them about yoga or meditation, they think that it's a quite orthodox thing and they do not want to follow unless they come to an age or once they start suffering. So that's, I think, is also very important. So thank you very much, Neil Kumarji, and thank you very much, Acharji. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
yeah. Thank you very much.
In case you need to shoot off and Bhabhi calls you, immediately take your hat off and say, I'm coming, darling. Life will be beautiful. And the sharbat and the food will be happy. We are still going to carry on with our guests over here for chit chat. Anukul, you were.
Thank you very much. And I'm just saying goodbye and thank you all. And most likely I will be coming in late August because it's too hot right now in London. So I deferred my visit. Otherwise, we would have visited July.
Very wise idea. You saw that the Indian cricket team who loves the hot weather, they were annihilated and trashed. Never, ever at top level in any country, because England is now at the top, trashing India. This heat wave is not easy. It's a humidity factor that we are not used to living. The UV level is same as India. The pollen count is so high. So those suffering from breathing and everything, they're all suffering. Rotarian, we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And global namaste to you all.
Global namaste. So that was Rotarian
Yeah.
Love really produces every Indian time at 9 o'clock, whether it's summer or winter. So, Anukul, you were listening to Sri Shivam. You're a close friend. Just about 4 weeks back, you all met up in IIT Mandi in India at a short notice, together with Rajiv and Pranay and Amrita, all from Healing.
Absolutely.
How was the experience when you met up? He's such a young person, just about 30 plus VAT. Okay.
That's why he's called Acharya. And we have to take the achar from him as to how he sort of behaves and how he works. And the greatest fun was his steadfastness in doing something. If he got his head stuck with something, he did it without fail. So we stayed in the same room for about 3 or 4 days or something like that. And I had seen him getting up in the morning, doing his yoga, and I kept him awake till about 4 o'clock in the morning, till 4 o'clock in the morning every day. And yet he would get up in the right time, do his yoga and meditation. It was fantastic. I learned a lot, Acharya-ji. Absolutely amazing.
I've learned so many things from you.
He came back to me on a chat the same day and said, I need to confess. And I said, what it is? He said, I'm tired. I need to sleep. Because he had been traveling in that heat so far, and it was but natural, but he was still fresh with you guys the following morning. And that was the self-motivation to really be part of that conference, which is where next year Peter should be, and also be one of the selected speaker over there, because they are very prominent people. You may already know of you. So to be there. Seema, while you were away, they referenced what you were talking, and particularly Anjali and Amrita and youth and everything. What are your comments on general episodes so far?
Thank you so much, and a global namaste to all those who joined. It's been amazing. It's really inspiring to hear everyone and how all these nuggets of wisdom are like a jigsaw puzzle fitting together. And it's what people resonate with. Everyone takes on board what resonates at this particular moment in time. And that's the beauty of these episodes. Thank you, Neil Kumarji, and the rest of the team for this platform. Really appreciate being part of this family.
So as a general, I'm not referring to any gender, what are cool well-being wellness tips? I'll start with mindset, it's healthy, what I'm looking for. Breathe daily, because one thing you can't live without on the earth is not more than 2 minutes without oxygen. You can live without food for 30 days, without water for 14 days. These are all historical data available. There is nobody at the rational body DNA who can survive more than 2 minutes without oxygen. We know how many people died during COVID just because of oxygen. So breathe daily, walk daily, do not harbor any hatred, anger with anybody else, because they may not be, you are getting hurt with that, okay? So they're my tips for wellness, well-being. Seema, what are your tips?
Yeah, thank you very much. So a while ago, I heard a really interesting talk about breath, how our life starts with our first breath, ends with our own breath. And like I talked about earlier, how we should be our own best friend and nurture our relationship with ourselves first, so we have more to give out to other. And I also mentioned how energy is the less talked about resource, because we all have the same number of hours per day and minutes per day. But when we feel vibrant, we have more to give out to the world, live a purposeful life. So my tips would be authentic, be yourself. And my greatest power only came when I embraced myself for the flaws that I have, for the gifts that I have, and acknowledging that there is also power in those transformative moments. And that is powerful when one accepts oneself as they are. So I'd say just be authentic. Unconditional love and forgiveness for oneself is generally a great part to health and well-being, physically, mentally, emotionally. and then spiritually to lead to a path which is higher, not just for ourselves, but everyone around us. The other thing is smile. It's a universal language, changes our physiology straight away. A smile is something a young child can understand. Any age group, any ethnicity, anywhere in the world. So smile, live for the present moment, definitely harness the breath, like you said. And a lot of scientific studies that the animals who have the slowest breaths have a higher lifespan, like the tortoises. Rats and dogs, for example, lower than humans. So there is a study to say if we know how to harness our breath, it is very powerful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Seema. Just a caution of a warning to the men who were listening to her. If you are married and you are with your wife in a public, do not smile at random women. When you go home, the drama begins. Otherwise, you can smile whenever you feel like, and if you're a child, you can always smile. No culture, no record, no many data or newspaper readings ever has come out on a 0 to 12-month child smiling and parents smacking them until they are disturbed. And child has this special gift from God. Just because of that, they are so attractive. So, man, a bit of a caution. Be careful how you discreetly smile at people. So it's beautiful. Anakul, shortly we are going to go to Ecuador. As we know, at Healing Our Earth, we travel
I have one comment for Dr. Seema as well. That is, today actually we have talked about three things very well. One is about the Agni, that is, which is the fire which keeps us going. Number two is the oxygen, which is the fundamental prana, because that is what is going to be given to the blood to be carried to all parts of the body and distributed. And this two connection between Agni and prana is very, very vital. So I just want to ask that when you're doing the various kind of pranayama or various kind of yoga system, how important is it to visualize the lungs and the functioning of the lungs to help actually that process to continue further? Because there is certain amount of neuroplasticity, there's amount of various neural structures which can often be accelerated and function in much more in conjunction and coherence, as we call it. The scientific word is coherence. So getting the coherence is likely to help this particular process further. So do you normally advise people to focus on their breath, which means both hot and cold, the different type of sensation in the nose, and also try to visualize the lungs and how they work?
Seema, a very short comment, please, because we need to move on with others. Just a short comment. Over to you, Seema.
So for beginners, yes, connecting the body and mind, especially physiology with what people are doing, very important. But the more advanced one gets, you can anchor other things.
Oh, yes.
Like, yeah, other awareness, other things. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your 1 minute comment of what you've heard so far.
Was that for me, Neil?
Yes, 1 minute comment from you. Over to you.
Yes. So I think Dr. Seema said there are nuggets of information in a webinar like this when we're talking with each other and bouncing ideas around. There is no Yoda who knows everything in this space. It is hearing all these different ideas, and those that resonate will be ones that usually will take on. But also, knowledge that is not shared is a book that's not opened, and you never get to read it. So here, by sharing these ideas, I've made a few notes here, and also not just people to contact here, but also that's an idea. I'll look at that. So when I first heard of Agnihotra, like I'd never heard of it, and this is a pretty big part of my life, like the spiritual side, and then healing and the ancient wisdoms and stuff. And I'd not heard of it. I thought, this is interesting. And then I went away and actually watched some of the videos from previously. And I thought, this is special because this heals both people and the planet. And that connectivity between us and not being separate from the field and the quantum field and the spiritual field is one and the same in my view, that it's all connected. We're all connected. And once we realize that holistic view of life, if you get something like that can heal every part of it, there's incredible power in this.
So there's a lot of smiling going on here. There's some great humor, not least from yourself, Neil. I see you've got a cheeky side to you, and I love that. You know, it's a bit like the Robin Sharma books, if you've ever read it, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, and those kind of books are fantastic when he just randomly starts dancing on tables in coffee shops or meetings. I think it's great to have a bit of humor, and there's been plenty of that today, and lots of note taking to be done. So I think everybody on the call, regardless of our experience, we've probably learned. Everybody's learned a little bit today, I reckon.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, Anukul. Acharya, your 30-second comment before we fly to Ecuador. We cover all 6 continents of Healing Our Earth in every episode. So we are global and we transmit on a lot of people's channel. We are also transmitting on Acharya's channel right now, where his followers are watching. Acharya, your 30-second PQS before we go to Priscilla, smiling Priscilla.
So,
people every occasion, but can get a very list.
So 30-second comment would be awareness, authenticity, and simplicity. When Dr. Seema was sharing her insights, so I usually talk upon 3 things when I address students and professionals. And I think this is the most important thing. When we become aware of our true self, we become authentic. And the more authentic we become, the more natural and simple we become. And what I've experienced in my life are simple things are the most beautiful things. The more you try to decorate things, you spoil it. Like the nature. Nature is so beautiful. Why? Because nature is simple. And human mind is complex because human mind tries to project something, thinking something, saying something, and then appearing something else. And the whole message of yoga is this, the unionship of yourself with the self, with the divine feminine and divine masculine. So it's amazing.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Priscilla. Priscilla, while Amrita tried to introduce you, if you can landscape yourself. Yes, that's it. Don't touch the screen now. It's perfect. And over to you. And hola in Ecuador, ¿cómo está?
Hello, global namaste for everyone. Hola para todos. I'm very happy to be here, to be sharing with you guys again. Feels like home again. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And Amrita is going to introduce you now. And then the next 15, 20 minutes is all yours.
Hola, Priscilla. I'm really glad to see you. First of all, your earrings are very beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And what's special about her is she is a mental well-being consultant, but also she is a lovely, marvelous team maker. And at least I wasn't knowing this kind of proficiency of yours, how professional you are in that field, but then your teas and the cheers of those teas always remind me of you and always in my heart. And let's welcome Priscilla from Ecuador, what she has to say on today's episode of Wellbeing and Wellness. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Amrita. I'm very happy to see you again, to share this space with all of you guys again. And thanks for your kind introduction to me. Today, it was a little bit challenging because we would like to talk about some small things that sometimes we consider small, but they are necessary or they can be helpful for our mental health. So I prepare some visual visual support for things I'm going to share about you guys with you guys. I'm sorry. One of the things that for me as a doctor and as a tea sommelier, like Amrita said, is to have your own rituals. You don't have to do something very elaborate. You can, of course, if we can find time for ourselves and practice some daily rituals, will be perfect. Will be a fantastic and very healthy. So I wanted to share with you my daily my daily ritual is to prepare matcha. So I had some for you. It's my favorite tea. I don't drink tea only because of the flavor. We have talked about matcha before, and when we drink matcha, we need to remember we are drinking the whole tea leaf. When we drink an infusion, it's like an extraction of the plant, and we drink a small part from the nutritions and healthy substances that the tea leaves has. So they dissolve on water, and that's what we drink. But when we drink matcha, we drink the whole tea leaf that has been dusted. So this is my daily ritual to prepare my matcha, and this starts my day. Of course, it is true matcha has caffeine, but also matcha has another very important amino acid, which is called L-theanine, that helps you when you drink matcha. Caffeine levels up in your blood, but L-theanine makes that liberation, it's progressive, so you won't have spikes like up and down, up and down. That happens when we drink coffee usually, because coffee does not have L-theanine, which is have. So in some places of the world, especially in Japan, for example, Buddhist monks drink matcha for meditation. So you can, because you can be awake, you can be conscious, but also you can be very relaxed, because of those two important substances I told you: caffeine, theanine, which is the same, and L-theanine. So this is the matcha I want to share with you guys. It's delicious. I always recommend matcha. We need to be very careful if you have a heart condition or a blood condition like anemia, or trouble for sleeping, sleeping disorders. You need to ask your doctor if you can drink matcha. I recommend drinking not that stronger, lighter, less quantity, and not drink it probably later than 6 in the afternoon, because you can have trouble for sleeping. So this is about matcha. I wanted to share. Well, this is my number one ritual, or my number one recommendations of things we can do for improve our mental health daily. Number two, recently, maybe you guys are aware of this, but there's a word in Japanese that means bath of nature. And they say that word when it has not an exact translation in Occidental languages, but the closer will be nature bath, which means that if you are tired, or if you are stressed, or if you are overwhelmed, or if you need some rest, you can go to the woods or to the ocean, or any place surrounded by nature. And there are many medical studies that proves that mental health improves when you have those kind of visits to nature. So the inspiration that comes from those nature baths, which we can have in city, they are called museum baths, and they talk about that as good as a nature bath can do on you, a museum, a place when you can find very beautiful things, aesthetical things, can calm ourselves too. So, in representation of a museum, but I had some art pieces. This piece belongs to a friend of mine. Her name is Claudia Puentes. She is from Cuba. She lives here in Ecuador, and this is a draw that she made. It's very beautiful, and in my apartment, I try to be surrounded by beautiful aesthetical art, which help me in having um, my own museum. But of course, I prefer go to galleries and museums and feel of all that beauty, that aesthetic pleasure that calms you down. As far as I know, in some countries, as I don't know, in Netherlands, for example, there's even a prescription, a medical prescription that they can send to you and say, I recommend you a museum bath. You need to visit museums or gallery arts more often. So, of course, I go every time I can to concert musics, classical music, or music of my preferences. It's another way to calm down your emotions. To it has been this is being studied in different universities, how those pieces of art, plastic arts or musical arts, visual arts, how they can improve the function in your brain of those stress hormones, and those those visits can help you to regulate all this stress that sometimes is overwhelming. I Next to me, I have this beautiful piece of art. This is a modern sculpture. All of those, I don't know if they are clear enough, if you can watch them. Those are stars. This uh this is a gift from a friend of mine. He's a great artist. His name is Chai Velasco. He's from Guayaquil, an artist from Ecuador. So being surrounded from these pieces of art, as you can see, one over there in the corner, being surrounded by this healing beauty, um, helps me a lot in keeping my mental health daily, with those small rituals. Uh, one Another very special ritual for me, for keeping uh, for improving, for taking care of my mental health, is to eat freshly, healthy. This delicious plate has strawberry, tangerine, has peanut butter, natural peanut butter, sorry, raisins and blueberries. I don't know if you can see it. I don't want to spell it, but this is a very
Gorgeous and scrumptious.
looks delicious, right?
That's and it's got
And
everything because you got berries and you got peanut butter. I don't use peanut butter, but it's
peanut
people actually
peanut
use it.
butter is over here.
Yeah, so a lot of people do like it. So that's amazing. And if you can eat this in the morning, your digestion level and the gut-friendly food that you drown in your body, You are what you eat. If you can
Yes.
learn to eat and take food as medicine and avoid the current trend of processed fast foods, you don't have to stop
Mhm.
it completely. Once a day, once a week, when you're with your friends and have a couple of beer and you want to drown one, fine. Do it earlier in the day so you can digest later. But Priscilla, that's wonderful. You are, of course, a medical doctor as well. And
Yes.
how do you correlate as a medical doctor, complementary, integrated health? Do you feel that you got a reason that it goes hand in hand?
I'm sorry. I think
You're
I
a
lost you.
medical doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel that the complementary health and integrated health, just now what you talked was not allopathic treatment. How do you
Mm-hmm.
think they sit in together? Does it work in tandem with each other?
I think I always say that in the different for saying a word, I will say different, but we have different knowledge, Western medicine and Eastern medicine, but I don't think we need to fight with each other. We need to work together. We can potentialize each other. I studied allopathic medicine and I'm a psychiatrist, but I cannot deny that all those things I have shared with you are beneficial. It will be disrespectful and not very smart to deny that all those things improve our body health and mental health. So um, you can people can think that those are small practice and they are not. They are things that we do day by day, and that's why day by day our mental health improves. If you have a personal ritual, a something that is for you, that disconnect you from outside, some minutes for drinking your favorite drink, or for having a healthy breakfast or a healthy brunch, or if you take your time for visiting art, visiting beautiful places, visiting the beach, visiting a gallery, going to music concerts, classical music concerts. Um, even now there are starting to appear to be revealed some medical experiments that proves that those practices improve our brain plasticity, and they calm our alarm systems, cortisol, and all those stress hormones. They reduce meaningfully
Yes.
when you sorry, English is not my
You're
native
doing well. You're doing
language.
very well.
Thank you. But with these practices we can reduce stress hormones in our system, so we can learn better, we can rest better, and we can even be more creative, so it grows for good.
Thank you. That's some tips and knowledge from South America. Peter, last week we had Ellie and Ghazala Jabin on women wellness matter, and they were very clear that if your great grandmother or their grandmother, if the food that is trusted on the table is not what they would have done, it is not real food. What are your comments on that?
Neil, can you just repeat that? I think your sound was not very clear.
Okay, Ellie and Ghazala were on Healing Our Earth last week, and they said what is being trusted on the table nowadays or in the school is not what our grandparents or great grandparents put on our table. Effectively, they are referring to fast food and processed food and all this malarkey that's going on. What are your comments on that, Peter?
Is that to me, is it,
Yes, yes.
Neil? Yeah.
Yeah, Peter, yes.
So That's a very, very interesting question. At the moment, there is a tremendously diverse debate between people who are pro-meat, people who are pro-vegetarian, the vegan, all that. Ultimately, I'm going to reserve judgment on that, apart from saying processed, stay away, raw has to be best. So if you are eating the most unfiltered version of the food, if you're eating the berry that's picked from the tree, if you're having a bread that has the minimal additives, I tell you what, I've started having a lot of kefir, which I've always kind of liked that yogurt, but I started it in Dubai when I lived last year. And I add pomegranates to it and sometimes sunflower seeds. And if you have pumpkin seeds, are extremely good for men for prostate health. So you can add these, you can add a fruit and a nut. So you've got fats, proteins, and then you've got the fiber from the pomegranates and other things. If you add that into a kefir, you've got a really good raw shake there that ticks a lot of boxes. That has to be the way to go. And I'll finish with this. The ghee and the pharmaceutical big food. So interesting that when Western corporations moved into India, they told mums and housewives and people who were cooking and grandmas, no, get away from ghee, get into polyunsaturated margarines and stuff like that. It turned out to be complete nonsense, and that ghee is really good for you. So people going back to what originally worked and worked for hundreds of years. If you offered me a sandwich with polyunsaturated margarine on, or you offered me one with ghee on, I'll take the ghee. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Of course.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
You are very clear as to what you want. You mentioned kefir, you mentioned pumpkin seeds. Well, let's give recipe to the people. If in the morning, you can add that. Overnight, put some chia seeds. Let it be soft. Put pumpkin seeds. Even you don't have to put fresh one. Let them even be soft. The more the food is soft, the easier for the tummy to digest. You can alternate between pumpkin seeds to sunflower seeds. Pumpkin seeds are equally good to male and female, both for different reasons. So they're very good. Sunflower seeds are also brilliant. And then throw in a few berries or pear. Pear is a very good fruit to eat. Apple is a very good fruit to eat. You don't have to have exotic fruit. Don't put citric fruit. That doesn't go well with either yogurt or kefir or a low-fat Greek style yogurt. If you don't find kefir, just go to Lidl, which are all over the world. Now, if you can take this as a medicine, you will love it. Your body will start loving it, and there will be a bit of roughage and a fiber in it as well. So, Peter, well done. Anukul, you've got a comment.
Yeah, I was just trying to respond to that question that you had raised about that being an allopathic doctor, how do you support the use of these various methods of trying to manage a mental condition or any medical condition? Frankly speaking, I think in the traditional Indian system, we have got that something called pratyaksha praman. That means your real evidence, which is physical. That could be one, but there is no replacement for experiential, experiential type of evidence. If somebody says I feel good about it, there's no reason for me to argue about it. And that is exactly what the issue is, that how we tend to convert the first-hand experience of a person into a third-hand evidence in statistics and mathematics. They don't really correlate. And so if a person says that I'm really having pain over here, and I'm not able to explain it where the pain is coming from, I have no reason to say you don't have the pain. You have it. So that experience is central to our acknowledging that either we don't know, or there is something which is going which I'm not able to understand.
Amrita, you love Ayurveda, but you also love other subjects. And since you are at Healing Our Earth, you met so many experts. How important it is to respect both the kind of medicine, because if you've got a condition, you have but no choice to go to health expert. But if you've got a chronic matter, or if you've got a matter that can be balanced by Ayurveda, homeopathy, spices, herbs, how important it is to you now at this age where there are more researches that both helps each other?
Well, I think from the patient perspective, when I am sick, everybody needs a healing. And where that healing comes from, that makes no difference. And that's why sometimes the healing might just come from what just Priscilla said, a small change in my life, looking into my own introspection to see what was wrong. I think these kind of small insights also can give you a very nice path to understand and heal yourself, and the recovery starts. And also, what Pete said about the way you are seeing the life, you take the path along with that. And when you see the life in a particular way, you find the modalities that helps you in bringing change in you. And in that way, I think that he also mentioned about right decision making, and a couple of people also talk about it. So I think these kind of things, whether it comes from Tai Chi, or it comes from Ayurveda, or it comes from my own mental well being, mindfulness, or I take a herb, everything is a combination provided you understand those things better. And the other thing which I find, dependency on drugs and pharmaceutical companies showcasing one thing and one aspect, that this is the pill and that's the solution. Apart from this, I have been globally working on birth control pills, where I literate to so many women and girls for the wise use of birth control pills, because they are not the solution for every problem. But it is very important to see why you have to take a particular drug. So taking a medicine, whether it is Ayurveda, whether it is allopathy, whether it is a homeopathy, or any other herb anywhere, is not a solution actually. It's very important to first find yourself what is an issue, and then choose the right person who can guide you better in a non-pharmacological way. And then if required, the pharmacology definitely would be helpful.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. I
And
like
what
that.
lovely meal. Then we have the kind of peanut butter she's taking, and the strawberries and the blueberries, what less than that. And then, as mentioned, some of the pumpkin seeds to be added. So I think that makes the best.
There is so much food that can be eaten as medicine. And again, it can be seasonal. Follow the season of your country where you reside, and eat the fruits and vegetables that your nature country provides for you. You will find you will be more healthier, happier, and better. Amrita, we had birthday with Lord Rami Ranger this week, Maureen Edwardson in Canada, so many other people birthday. Meena, who is the personal wife of our technical director, Nishit, he's actually gone out to celebrate. Rotarian Lal Gohil, again, he has gone with his own personal wife to celebrate. It's lovely when men go to with their own wives to go and celebrate birthday. I love what they do. So, Meena, maybe you can sing for Mamta, who is not here, but if you can sing happy birthday to Mamta.
Yes, definitely. Global namaste to everybody. I would be here for a while now, and I really missed it actually. So this is a great opportunity for me to come and sing a couple of songs for Mamtaji's birthday today. So let me just sing a few lines of this song. तुम्हें और क्या दूँ मैं दिल के सिवा, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए. तुम्हें और क्या दूँ मैं दिल के सिवा, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए. तुम्हें और क्या दूँ मैं दिल के सिवा, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए. मुरादें हो पूरी सजे हर तमन्ना, मोहब्बत की दुनिया के तुम चांद बनना. बहारों की मंजिल पे हंसना हंसाना, खुशी से हमारी भी आवाज सुनना। कभी जिंदगी में कोई गम न आए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए। मुझे जो खुशी है तुम्हें क्या बताऊं, भला दिल की धड़कन को कैसे छुपाऊं। कहीं हो न जाऊं खुशी से मैं पागल, तुम्हें देख कर और भी मुस्कुराऊं। खुदा दे जलों की नजर से बचाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए। तुम्हें और क्या दूं मैं दिल के सिवाय, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए, तुमको हमारी उम्र लग जाए।
Wow, 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 Minu. You need to translate this for Nishit. For those people who are listening to us in different countries who don't understand Bollywood or Hindi, what Minu has sung on behalf of Nishit to Amrita, that what else can I give you except my heart? My lifespan can be extended to you, and may God save you from any evil arms. What can I give you except my heart? Well done, Meena. And Meena, in return, Amrita wants to say something to you.
Yeah, definitely. Amrita ji, I would love to listen to you sing.
I can't sing that much the way you sing, but then the same thing I would definitely like to repeat. तुम्हें और क्या दूं मैं दिल के सिवाय, तुमको हमारी नजर लग जाए, तुमको हमारी नजर लग जाए।
And what was the reason,
यूं
Amrita?
हजारों साल 10 साल के दिन हो
50,000, yes. That's another wonderful
birthday
song.
to you.
And Amrita, what was the reason you sang that to Meena for? Okay,
Sorry?
while she's thinking, Meena, it's your birthday as well, and we thought we will surprise you and come and sing happy birthday to you. That's why she was singing to you, because it's your birthday as well, you know, which is beautiful. And so even Priscilla had a birthday just few days back.
Wow,
And it's
okay.
Gojar and
Yes,
family
yes,
actually.
I
So many people
receive
have
a
had birthday.
beautiful a beautiful song from Amrita. I had the honor she sang for me
Yeah.
during my birthday a couple of months ago. I remember. Thank you very much.
It's beautiful. We do that at Healing Our Earth. The reason why we do so, we feel part of the family and everything. And we have one very sad news, very young contributor of our. She's senior in as a contributor, but very young in age. She's a very expert. Maybe Amrita or Meena, if you read the red message out, and then Meena is going to sing a Shraddhanjali. Amrita, you can look in your telegram, and it starts with games and mentions about the hubby. So it's so sad that at this young age, somebody having to lose hubby, just 50 years old, and herself is only 45-year old. Over to you, Amrita and me.
So it's we offer our deep condolences to one of our contributors and a part of Healing Our Earth, Dims, and she lost her husband very recently, and he died of lung cancer. We all pray for peace and support. We all are there for her, and may God give her strength to stand by the challenges of life. And also, we would like to have 1 minute of silence.
So let's go again. Dear Dims, we are heartbroken to learn that Jeet has left us for this higher abode. At such a young age, this is so unfair. And we can only imagine the emptiness you must be feeling. You are not alone in this. We are with you for talking, for silence, for whatever you need. Please take time and space you need to heal and come to terms with it. With love and prayers from all of us at Healing Our Earth, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. And Meena, maybe you can dedicate a Shraddhanjali to Jit on behalf of Dennis.
Yes, definitely. When I heard about this sad news, I was actually really shattered because I have met him briefly though, but I have, and I just couldn't believe it for a little while. And definitely, I'll go and see her one of these days. So here is a song dedicated to them. चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश हो, चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश, कहाँ तुम चले गए। चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश, जहाँ तुम चले गए, जहाँ तुम चले गए। इस दिल को लगा के ठेस, जाने वो कौन सा देश, जहाँ तुम चले गए हो, जहाँ तुम चले गए। एक आह भरी होगी, हमने न सुनी होगी, जाते जाते तुमने आवाज तो दी होगी। हर वक्त यही है हम, उस वक्त कहाँ थे हम, कहाँ तुम चले गए। चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश, कहाँ तुम चले गए हो, जहाँ तुम चले गए। हर चीज पे अश्कों से लिखा है तुम्हारा नाम, ये रस्ते घर गलियां तुम कर ना सके सलाम। हाय दिल में रह गई बात, जल्दी से छुड़ा कर हाथ, कहाँ तुम चले गए। चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश, जहाँ तुम चले गए, कहाँ तुम चले गए। इस दिल पे लगा के ठेस, जाने वो कौन सा देश, कहाँ तुम चले गए, कहाँ तुम चले गए हो, जहाँ तुम चले गए।
Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This was Shraddhanjali on behalf of Jit from Vims and Jit Sangani. Jit left this earth and went there. May he rest in a peaceful rest to his soul. And that's why we say Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. 30-second silence. Meena, then if you can do a full Gayatri mantra ending up with Om, and we will terminate this episode. Over to you, to everybody. 30-second silence, Meena, and then we break into Gayatri mantra. Over to you.
I'll be singing Gayatri Mantra. So let's do 3 Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, Meena. That was wonderful. Sadly, I'm locked out of the system. I was just communicating with you. I don't know how. I have got no cursor working. I cannot highlight any one of you, but hopefully you are all highlighted correctly and brought up correctly. So thank you to all the birdies and particulars for Shraddhanjali, Meena. Well done. Love you all. Thank you, Faith. Thank you.
Thank you very
Ankur.
much.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Priscilla. And all of you, love you and see you next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fifi.
Global
Thank you, Dr.
Namaste.